Hello, good afternoon, everybody. Now, the noise is going to be quite a lot here, and that's because I am I'm not supposed to host today's session apparently, and I even forgot completely. However, I want to officially welcome you to day one of of this year's edition for Lagos Mono Week. Now the thing is, we have quite a number of people on the call right now, if I'm not mistaken. So what you will just do for me now is to drop your location in the chat box. Where are you connecting from right now? I am in Lagos, Nigeria. Where are you connecting from right now? Drop your location in the chat box. Drop your location in the chat box. I am in Lagos, Nigeria. Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? I am in Lagos, Nigeria. I see the comments. The first, okay. This is clean. Energy, energy everywhere. We have Lagos, Nigeria. That's Olaya Similoluwa. We have Ayodeji Daniels in Kigali, Rwanda. We have Megad from Lagos, Forex blogger Ayo Lagos, Dari Marshall Owerri, Nigeria. Owerri is Imo State. Wow, wow, wow. Energy everywhere. Energy everywhere. Literally energy everywhere. Everywhere. Energy everywhere. So you know what? Keep the comments coming in. Keep the comment coming. I'm paying attention. All right. And now what you can do to yourself, because there's the people working at the back end, ensuring that those that are active, they're gonna get, probably a merch or any branded item or even an official company's item giveaways during the live session on Saturday. So what you do is make sure you're very active. If you're very active, you're gonna get picked. All right, you're gonna get picked. You're gonna get picked. You're gonna get picked if you're really active. So there are people watching in the background. I want to first of all appreciate you for your commitment so far. All right, for your commitment so far. And now the thing is, as a result of your consistency with us, as a result of you buying into the vision, as a result of what we're building right now, if you stay with us for a period of 3 to 5 years, all right, not just that you would gain clarity as regards what you're doing, not just that you would see commensurate financial reward for what you're doing, but you would become a global voice helping other people in their niche, helping other people come out of whatever struggles they are in and helping them gain stability, which comes through clarity, obviously, in the field that they are in. So talk to me in the chat box if you're really excited about this. If this sounds like something that you're pumped, super duper pumped about, I want you to drop some comments in the chat box right now. I want you to drop some comments in the chat box. With the team, we specifically handpicked the guests that we're bringing up during this 1 week long event. And now, why did we do that? Because it's beyond people just coming to talk. I tell you for a fact, if it's just to come and talk, anybody can do that. If it's just to come and talk, anybody, trust me, anybody can do that. But it's not just coming to talk. All right. So if you have someone with a proven results, if you if you're able to get access to people that have been there, done it, helped others do that, it's easier for you to also be helped because now they're doing it from a place of both experience and expertise. But if you just one random guy coming to share some PowerPoints that he probably formed from YouTube or something, then you're going to struggle. You're going to struggle with him because obviously he is struggling. All right. So I want you to, build so much anticipation for what you're going to learn all through the week. All right. And now, For every single volunteer, we had over 870 people on the volunteers alone. Registrations are over 5,000. All right, so on the volunteer alone. So for all of you that are volunteers, now the thing is beyond just of course certificate of participation with us. Beyond that, you also get is it in-house or is that the word? You also get access to the in-house trainings that we're doing, corporate trainings to help you build your employability, to help you even become a stronger freelancer if you are one. I don't know if that's making sense. I'm seeing a lot of comments. People, I'm so excited. OG Bamsey, Demilade says, I'm so excited, coach. Darry Marshall, I'm ready for this event. Been anticipating. I'm seeing all of the comments. Trust me. I may not be able to read everything out, but I'm seeing it from my back end here. I'm seeing every single thing. I don't know why I was told to do this day one or because I'm not ready for this. I'm super excited about what we're doing. I'm super excited about what we're doing. All right. So I'll share with you something like a back end story of what led into this event. And then we'll bring up our first speaker. I'm not even lying to you. We have our first speaker with me in the studio right now. All right. I would give him the mic. Our first speaker is in the studio right here. Uh, I don't know if he's in Lagos, but I can see he's joining us live in the studio. Um, so before I go ahead to do that, I would share with you real quick the back end story, what led into Lagos Money Week, how it started. Now, it was in 2020 during the lockdown. So during the lockdown, I had not most of my friends, but a lot of my friends, struggling with one or two things, and they reached out. Even even myself, I mean, I reached out to people too, just trying to see what we can do because I used to work a job, and where I used to work, it was in a tailor shop, but I was doing the social media for her. So and it was a big time tailor, not so this upcoming, no, big time tailor. But she was paying me 2,000 naira per month. Now this is so crazy. I was working for a big time tailor, yet she was paying me 2,000 naira per month. All right. And I'll do video editing for her. I'll take the videos, snap pictures. What did I not do? Upload on social media. I was doing our SEO and SEM. Those of you that don't know it, that's social media, search engine optimization, search engine marketing. I was doing everything for her. I don't want to call the name of the brand because it's somewhat popular. So if you check her up right now, you see that she has a lot of followers. She has a lot of those things where structures are set in place that time. But I was paid 2,000 naira, and then now I was managing because she was paying me that money and she was also feeding me and giving me transport. So I mean, I didn't really need anything except that 2K would just sort out some bills, even though it was like liking to nothing. All right, and I'll share with you something else. Now, when the lockdown came and struck, of course we could not go there physically anymore. I had three people that I was working with. We could not go there physically. And it was so sad. It was so sad because I felt like the whole world was coming to an end. Sorry, I'll try to increase my voice. I felt like the whole world was coming to an end. It was super sad. I felt like the whole world was coming to an end because I didn't have money to do things. Now, let me not forget the fact that I already knew I was going to be successful because I used to dress like it, I used to think like it, I used to go to successful places, I used to work with people that are successful. I just knew that it was just a matter of time. Sooner or later, I was going to achieve just the height of success. I knew that, all right. But now, clear path as to following through into that vision I didn't have. And then I had a dream. In that dream, I saw. How many of you know Marriott Hotel? If you know Marriott Hotel, drop it in the comment section right now. I saw Marriott Hotel. All right, I saw Marriott Hotel, and I saw Marriott Hotel in a way that um, they have like four halls that if it is divided, there's some halls that are not, some of you have not been there, but it's at the Keja in Lagos. So I saw that hotel. There were four halls, but they combined all together in one place. Then there was another hall, an extension. So in that first one, we had Mr. Liko Dangote and some other dignitaries in the place. And trust me, I was seeing white faces, different colors, like people of colors in that place, right? So in the dream, it was two representatives per country, and every economic growing country in the world was present there or was represented there. And now this made me wonder. This made me think. So does that mean Lagos Money Week will okay, yeah. I forgot this part. And I saw Africa's Entrepreneurs Forum. That's what I saw. AEF. This is the first time I'm seeing this in public. I saw Africa's Entrepreneurs Forum, and so Mr. Aliko Dangote was sitting down in like a panel session, but it was not on the stage. He was having like just a discussion with some attendees. Then I was on the stage talking to people. So that very short dream, you see that I had to at some point put into perspective the fact that sooner or later I would be in such place or such position. Now, not position to sort of show power or something, but to sort of connect people of colors, um, people of like minds, and help people in gaining clarity as regards what they're doing and gaining expansion with respect to any country they're in. With respect to the location, it doesn't matter the location, you gain expansion into foreign locations. And that was what I knew already by virtue of that dream. And to give it a start, of course, do you know what it means to finance this kind of massive projects? Forget that these first 3 days are virtual. You will see what's going on physically, even on the back end. If I tell you things that has gone down, if I tell you figures, bro, you'll be surprised that these are crazy figures. I'm not even lying to you, right? So to get the legal paperwork and all of those things, filing for all of these things, it took a lot of money, time, and to get those things, you also need to have connections. It takes money to build connections. It takes time to build connections. It takes mental capacity to build connections. And all of these things I had to build within a period of 2 years. That's between 2020 and 2022. I had to build it, and I knew it was right time to start out with something. I knew it was the right time to start with something. And the only way I could have gone ahead to do that was or is to start with where we were. And we started Lagos Money Week last year. We had it as Preskin Hotel Ikeja, Allen Junction, Lagos. Um, and it was good. It was good. We had some physical sessions, some virtual sessions. The virtual sessions had in attendance over 2,000 people. Physical session was not, I think it was less than 100 or something. But it was a small hall, so it was expected to be a very little number, right? And then this year we're going larger. We're going larger. We're expanding um, beyond our scope. People tell you that you grow gradually. Now, if you're listening to them, you're sort of just changing yourself because you're making yourself feel like you have to grow in their pace. Now, you can't grow in someone else's pace because it's your life. They were not there with you in the beginning. They are not going to be there with you at the ending. All right. Some of them just came in between and they will live in between. Not some, all. Because in the beginning of your life, they were not there. At the end of your life, they won't be there. All right. So you need to know that you grow in your own pace. And we took that first bold step of starting Lagos One Week last year. This year, we expanding. Last year, we learned the process. And when we learned the process, we learned it in such a way that you know the process to wealth, you know the process to success. We had amazing speakers. We had Sami Math came from Kaduna. We had Spectrum Joshua came from Abuja. We had Ken Mo came from Lagos. I think he stays in VI. No, phase one, Lucky phase one. So he came from that place. We had Jeffrey Benson. We had Lanre Ogbole. We had really, really amazing speakers last year. I'm not even lying to you. I enjoyed every bit of it in attendance. We also had Paul Thomason and Ashiz. I mean, great guys. Jesse, none of these people. This year we chose to go way, way, way beyond our scope now because last year people thought Lagos Money Week was a crypto conference or a forex conference. My people, no, it's not. So, yes, we also touch on those aspects, but that's not what it's about. Africa's Entrepreneurs Forum cannot be only crypto, only forex. It's like saying you can drive but the only thing you can drive is bicycle. That's what it means. I'm not saying crypto or forex is so little. I'm only telling you that looking at it from the bigger scope, it is that little. Emphasis on looking at it from the bigger scope. It is what it's that little. Looking at it from the bigger scope. So we have to look at it from that bigger scope so we can work and take action from the bigger scope, which would be to involve every other industry in this. Every other industry in this. That's the only way we could have gone ahead with this year's edition. And there's nothing else we could have done except involving other industries, like I said earlier. And I want you to, for a moment, take a look at all the guest speakers that we had announced that we'll be having. Take a look at all of them. Let's start from the first. So that will tell you each and every one of them's area of expertise. So we have the very first speaker. Now for day one, we have three speakers. For each day, we have three speakers up until Friday. Then Saturday, we have the larger house. So for day one, we have Mr. Lawrence Nwachukwu Jr. He's teaching on tech industry, inclusive participation of tech in other industries. Inclusive participation of tech in other industries. Now, this is tech related. Then the next speaker we'll be having today also will be Mr. Samson Ogbole, teaching on. Now, he's the CEO of Soilless Farm Lab. He's teaching on securing equitable funding, how to make your agrotech company investment ready. How to what? How to make your agrotech company investment ready. Now, this is on the aspect of agriculture. There's no crypto in that. All right. I'm not trying to justify whether there should be crypto or not. I'm only letting you know that this is on a bigger scale. We are doing things, we are operating this year from that bigger scale. We are big. Write it in the chat box. If you believe you are big, write it in the chat box. I am, in fact, let me write it first. I am big. I am big. I believe I am big. I am big. I am very big. I believe that. Okay. And the third speaker we'll be having today, no other person but Captain TK. Captain TK is a commercial airline pilot. She's very, very popular. All right. And she'll be talking to us on getting into aviation and growing big. Getting into what aviation and growing big in it. Getting into aviation and growing big in it. All right. Now for the two speakers, we have Mr. Johnny Binosa, the co-founder for Escort Realty. He's going to be teaching on untold secrets to real estate investments. Untold secrets to real estate investments. Next, we'll be having Miss Ifoma Okolo. She'll be teaching on. She's a UK-based child care professional. She'll be teaching on reading starts at age 3. Now, I started reading at a very young age. There's plenty of proof to show that reading starts at a very young age, but not everybody has that, right? It's not the norm for everybody. So what that means is there are practical approaches to take in order to ensure that your child reads at that small age. But then how to go about it is what she'll be sharing with us tomorrow. 2 p.m. to 3 p.m. Then we have Mr. Lanre Oyigbola, the managing director for Havas Africa. He'll be sharing with us from ideation to commercialization, how to bridge the gap. You have an idea, how can you make it market ready? How can you make people pay to get or to participate or to be benefactors of that idea that you have? Are you with me? Of that idea that you have. Then the three will be having Mr. Uluwafemi Oyewumi. He's the founder of School of Wealth. He's going to be teaching on exploring the levels of investments, practical steps to growing wealthy. The next would have Mr. Fabian George teaching on diversifying your real estate portfolio. Would also have the the queen of Forex in Africa. She's the biggest female African trader. She'll be teaching us on Forex trading, how to build a successful trading psychology. Like I said, how to what? How to build a successful trading psychology. The next we'll be having on that's day 4 now. Day 4 will have Mrs. Life Oyewumi, the principal of Moments with Life. She'll be sharing with corporate professionals how to enhance customer satisfaction through hospitality. Now, the first 3 days are virtual, strictly virtual, but this day 4, it will be physical, but at an undisclosed location. An emphasis will be on those, or admission rather, will be on those that got the invitation, because it is strictly by invitation. The next, on that same Thursday, we'll be having Mr. Kenry Moore, the president of Pewat Nation Academy. He'll be teaching on scaling from trading to business. Now, if you're a trader, maybe forex, crypto, stocks, indices, it really doesn't matter how to scale from being just a trader to being a successful business trader. What do I mean? There are other ways to make money from forex without actually clicking on buy or sell. Imagine the people that are building your crypto apps. They are also crypto. They're also in the crypto industry, but trust me, they're not trading. All right. So there are other things you can do within your demography, within your sphere of influence, that would also help you or enhance your what, your resources or your results, I should say. Then the last speaker for Thursday will be Mr. Paul Olubori, the founder for Buly in Africa, and he will be teaching strictly on how to make money online. He will share with us practical ways and how to go about it, because the country has gotten to the stage where we cannot depend on the government, neither can we depend on other private institutions that probably give money out for free. We need to be able to create wealth on our own, because if we can do that once, it means we can also do that next time. We can recreate wealth. Wealth can be created, destroyed, and recreated. It's a matter of the skill set. It's a matter of the skill set. You have the skill set, you have the network, then you have the money. Very simple. You have the skill, you have the network, you have the money. And that's what you're going to be learning. I'll pause there for now, because we have our first speaker for the one with us right now on the store, in the studio, I should say. No other person or Mr. Lawrence Nwachukwu Jr. He's the executive director for Engage Better Digital Solutions. Now, every single thing he's going to say, I want you to pay attention, because we're going to pick things from those and ask questions. You're also going to ask us questions. We would respond. And when he asks you questions, he would expect that you respond. Those who are responsive, like I said, you're going to get some giveaway items on Saturday. But those that are not in Lagos, far away, we'll send it as cash, real cash to you, irrespective your country or the currency. So I want you, if you're excited, write I am excited. And write welcome, Mr. Lawrence. If not, he's not going to start. He's not going to start until he sees a lot of I am ready, welcome, thank you, it's good to have you. Just let him know that you're ready to learn from his wealth of knowledge. If you can let him know, I promise you, he's going to join the call right now. Let him know he's going to join the call right now. He's right here waiting for me on the studio. Just let us see a lot of I am excited. Let us see a lot of I am ready. Let us see a lot of we want to hear from you. We want to learn. Let's see a lot of that. And I promise you, he's going to start. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. Let me see. I see Forex Blogger says I'm excited. Presumption says I'm excited. I'm ready. Buly, I'm excited. Let's go. Let's go. Daniel Allison, I'm ready. Alexander, I'm excited. Welcome, Sir Lawrence. Let's go. I'm ready. Megad says we're ready. We want to learn from you. We want to learn. I'm excited. Let's go. Welcome, Mr. Lawrence. Let's go. Oh wow. Oh wow. Oh wow. Oh wow. Another person, welcome, Mr. Lawrence. Mr. Lawrence, I think these guys are really, really ready to learn from you right now. They are really ready to learn from you. They are really ready to learn from you.
All right.
I am also ready to learn from
Hi
you.
everyone.
See
should
you
I say
again.
should I
I've
should
known
I
you
should,
for a long time.
should I say good
You
afternoon
have the
to
stage.
everyone? Good afternoon to everyone, and it's good to be here. Seriously, and one thing I've always looked at is David and his growth. The growth has been massive, and I applaud him for that. I remember those days when we need to put one or two together, and when I look at David and I be like, this is where I want every upcoming person should be when you are growing in this kind of world that we are in right now. If I were you, I did follow his footstep. He has done great for himself, and I'm really really very impressed with what he has done so far. And coming to look at this, And then looking at a whole lot of people here, and I appreciate everyone for coming around, and I appreciate everyone for being here. It's a great one having you guys here also, likewise the way you have me here. But one of the things that I want to look at is we have a whole lot of young guys these days, and a couple of you guys can actually bear me witness when people say, "I want to be in the tech." And they just hear, "I want to be in the tech. I want to get involved. I want to be part of. I want to be a tech bro. I want to be a tech sis. I want to start up a tech company and all of that." At the end of the day, it drives you crazy because you might not even get it at the top. At the end of the day, you find out that you're not even doing well for yourself because you didn't get it right. The startup isn't right. A whole lot of us. I've been somewhere where someone even told me he wants to get a job, and I was like, what do you want me to do? And he says, Mr. Lawrence, anything I can do, anything. And I keep telling people, at this age, at this time, at this point, in this generation, how would you be looking for a job and somebody asks you, what can you do? And you said anything. As a young guy, you're saying anything. Does it make any sense? Before you tell someone to get you a job, you need to first of all, give yourself an identity first. Who are you and what do you stand for? And what kind of job are you looking out for? And that is where I'm going to start uh, today's business. Let me say today's business. So I'm going to be sharing my screen right now. Okay, so I'm going to be sharing. Let me just upload this file. That's one week. So we have. I'm just give me a minute. So it's uploading, taking a little time to upload. So we just have to just be patient for a while. So welcome once again for everyone that is joining us here. And what we're trying to discuss this morning is how to get this entire tech team involved in our system, not just in our business, in our system, in our everyday life. Because at the end of the day, I come to notice that we have a lot of youth in here. We have a lot of young graduates, a lot of people who are undergraduate in here also. And part of what I'll be talking about is an ideal platform for you to grow and to usher you into the world of the unknown. I used to call it the world of the unknown, being ready to embrace the unknown, because at some point we'll all be getting into this field where we need to identify ourselves. Like I said earlier, we need to get an identity for ourselves. So what I'll be talking about right now is part of what you would be getting set to understand, that I need to have an identity to be in the market space. I need to get involved. How do I get involved? How do I participate? So, okay, so I'll be sharing. So I don't know if you can see my slide. Let me hear your comment. Let me see your comment if you can see my slide. So I have to see from the comment section if you can actually see my slide. Can everyone see my slide? So we have, because of the way the system is built, we have some malfunctioning with the slides because of the way the system is built. So you guys will just have to get to understand this, because the system is built in a way that once your slide comes in, it has to give it its own shape and look. Meanwhile, so we need to look at what we have right now in today's world. Participation of tech in other industries. And today we're going to be talking more of how to get this tech involved in other industries. I'll probably be talking about three important industries, which is the banking, the agro, which is agriculture, and also the healthcare system in Nigeria right now, and in Africa at large. See how we can embrace technology and how we can involve technology in our every stage of our growth, innovations, and create prosperity in our community and beyond. So, like the host said earlier, my name is Lawrence Nwachukwu, and I'm also a growth strategist and executive director for Engage Digital Solution, a solution that I found out to put in place digital marketing solutions and activities for different companies and businesses, where we create digital solutions for business, from website design, also marketing advertising for different businesses. In that way, I've touched down a whole lot of businesses. I've touched down a whole lot of communities also doing this. And also, one of the things that I also look at is about giving back to the community, and that is what I stand for. I stand for giving back to the community in the sense that at the end of the day, we have to look at who we're going to grow in the system, who we're going to bring forward in the system, how we're going to breed these guys and make them somebody at the end of the day, at the point giving them an identity. So we're looking at the importance of tech integration. A lot of businesses back then. So let's look at the point where we have let's look at the point where we have before now we have before the COVID-19. A lot of stories happened for the COVID-19. A lot of businesses went down after the COVID-19. People lost their jobs. A lot of jobs were write off. And one of the things I keep telling people these days, I tell them, do your what do I call it? I said, do your career analysis, do your career validation. Things are changing, careers are changing. The same name that you know this career for in the last 3 or 4 years is not the same name you know the career for at this point. So if you were working as a bricklayer, or let's say as a cleaner in the last 5 years, and while you're working as a cleaner in the last 5 years, and you lost your job, fast forward to the next 5 years, and you find out that they've already changed the name from cleaner to janitor because you don't understand this particular thing that has happened in the market space. You're trying to get a job and you go to LinkedIn, you go to all these job site, and you keep typing cleaner, 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 cleaner. At the end of the day, you're not getting jobs, and you feel like there's no job for cleaner anymore. But the truth is that the word has actually evolved. The name has already been changed. But because you are confined to the earlier approach of these things, you keep being where you are. And same as other businesses, which is why we need to integrate the point of tech in our businesses. This is where we need to come to integrating these things in our businesses. If you watch right now, we have the growing part of the e-commerce, we have the online store and everything. E-commerce has even changed direction. E-commerce has changed directives also, where we have even before in the e-commerce part of it, before we have just products being sold online. But right now we have product, we have services, we even have digital products being sold online because technology is evolving. And coming to agriculture, before we have this agriculture part of it, where people can do the agriculture, and then you have people come there with large trucks to buy and sell. But these days, you can actually sit in your home and order a whole trunk of a whole load of trucks with goods, with items, and they deliver them to your doorstep or even to your shop or wherever you want them to be. That takes me back to the healthcare system. Looking at the healthcare system, I can be in my house and I'll order for someone to come and take my blood samples to do a lab test for me. I've been in a place where I had to build solutions like these for different businesses in the healthcare system, where we have to create a solution where people can actually sit in the core of their homes and make an appointment for someone to come and take their blood sample to do a test for them, which is where the world is going to right now. Right. Tech has gone beyond the system. It has gone beyond what we think it is. And by the way, a lot of people will just. I remember the days of Yahoo Messenger. I don't know if any of us were in those days when we have Yahoo Messenger. I don't know if you've ever seen something like that. We had Yahoo Messengers. We had MSN Messengers. But these days, you don't even have those things anymore. People don't even use them. The best email we had those days was Yahoo email. But now Gmail has came. Gmail is here. Gmail is here, and it has taken over. Gmail is building workforce, creating a system that updates at every second. And they didn't only create this platform for a particular set of people. They create a platform for diverse people. That is why you see when you look at the UI UX system, it is way different. But where does this take us to? Does this leave us at a point where people just overlook the idea of technology evolving, or we include that in our business? Let me give you a story about banking in the banking sector. Before then, we had just the banks doing their online transaction. They just do this. They just do this traditional way of They just do this traditional way of you just come online, transfer and go your way, or check your balance and go your way. But if you look at the days when we had this cashless policy, we had cashless policy where there was little or no cash in the system. Our fellow brothers and sisters in the POS section, they took it up on themselves, and they start charging us anyhow. A lot of people will just tell you, to get 1,000 naira, you have to pay 400 naira. There was time I wanted to buy something, and I needed cash to use to pay the vendor, and a man close to me said, "Sorry, I can give you cash." I said, "How much?" He said, "I'll give you 4,000 naira for you have to give me 4,000 naira for 10,000." I was like, "What?" That's like broad day robbery, trying to take off me. But the point is that it is what it is at that point. But do you know what this particular thing did to the banking sector? It made them change their idea of thinking. And after the whole system, if you watch a lot of banking app, they all updated their applications. From UBA to GT Bank to Access Bank, everybody started updating their applications because they want to match, they want to meet with the likes of, they want to have a handshake with the customers, to have the likes of people who use the same platform as PalmPay and OPay coming to their system. PalmPay is not only built for transfer, it is built for loans. It is built for different purposes. You can stay on PalmPay and book for a spa. And if you watch all of these banking sectors, they've all driven their thought process to that particular type of process. A lot of businesses are coming up to say, okay, we want to give you guys a learning at your convenience. Instead of you going out to learn classes and all of that, we can bring these classes to you where you just pay online, which is even cheaper. You want to go out and pay for a class of for a product let's say a product management class, you might pay like 150,000 naira. That is, which is probably the least. But a lot of these guys, they bring this system online for us and made it even cheaper, and we are embracing it at the moment. And things are changing, processes are evolving, people are beginning to think fast. And what is your role? Your role is to also align your thought process within this realm, within the whole thing that is actually going on. At the end of the day, you'll be left behind. People probably be using the new WhatsApp, and you are battling with how do I get back to how do I download WhatsApp on my phone? I'm downloading WhatsApp 1.0 version, and people have gone beyond that. So what do? Someone said it was their time. Yeah, true, it was their time. But the truth is that you need to align your thought process. People are thinking. What are you supposed to be doing as a young chap? You need to be thinking also. So, this is where industries and tech comes to have a handshake. In the African context, we have a lot of people who would say, okay, let's just do our business like the way we used to run it. We just have to transfer and okay, yeah. Let me give you guys a story. When I was in Lonto, I was in Lonto as a digital strategist. Coming to Lonto, it was a Chinese company, and they had little or nothing to do with digital marketing. And I looked at the Chinese man. I said, "Oh, sir, can we just do this?" He said, "You know this?" I said, "Yes, me know this." He said, "You do this before?" I said, "Me do this before." He said, "We don't do this. We only sell to distributor, take it to the consumer and they buy." I said, "But the truth is that you can have a first-hand shake with your consumers. You can have them connect with your product emotionally." And he says, "How?" I say, "Through digital marketing. They speak to you, you respond to them. They tell you how valuable is your product to them. They tell you how your product is helping them." At that point, he looked at me and said, "What can you do?" I say, okay, let's. And that one thing about me is that everywhere I go with my laptop. That is my office. I go with my laptop. And he said, what can you do? I said, okay, let's do this and let's do that. We had the first digital marketing launch for Lonto, which is the same rechargeable lamps and fan that you have in your house. Most of these young guys have it in their hostels, in their school. Like when we are going for NYC camp, you have to buy a torchlight. You have to buy, as if you're going for security work. I mean, gate man work. You have to buy a torchlight. But then we were all looking out for Lonto because it was what we were seeing then. And most of these companies, they all came out from Lonto too. And then we had the first launch. It was massive. We had people giving us feedback and all of that. And I had to introduce what they call Lonto Pay in that process. An e-commerce, a closed e-commerce system for just Lonto Pay products alone. With that successful launch, they said, okay, let's do green AC. And I had green AC, which is the same green air condition you see around right now. At that point, it was something. At that point, it was everything for them. And they embraced it. They liked the idea. What they know then back then was WeChat. But this is something different. And they say, how can we do more? And having have that particular process, it even opened my mind to so many things. And I was like, okay. A lot of traditional business right now are bringing their business online. They're trying to have a full handshake with technology, because that is the only place that they can actually have a good relationship with their consumers. If you as a person, you have a business and you don't have a direct handshake with your consumers, you might not even know what they want. Right? Like I said earlier, the banking industry, they have to redefine their banking services. The educational system. I have a pitch they brought to me for an educational system for primary school, where during midtime breaks, students can actually stay at homes and have a lesson teacher teach them in their homes without them coming to the classrooms, without them going out to school. The COVID that happened, it had a positive impact on everyone, because it opened our eyes to see a lot of things. Technology has even spread more, in the sense that a lot of us here in Nigeria right now, or in other African countries, we work for different companies outside Nigeria. We work for a whole lot of companies outside Nigeria. Why? Because technology has come to stay. So if you as a young child would sit in your house and be waiting to get someone come to you and tell you, okay, go and do this, you're wasting your time. That is why, like David said in the introductory part of it, he said, this is not where the country is doing something for you. This is where you are trying to do something for yourself and do something for the country. Because if you sit back, the country will swallow you up. The situation around the country will swallow you up. So you need to sit up and fix yourself in a particular place where that will align with your vision and purpose. I had a point where we had an intern in the office. And I looked at the lady, I said, what have you learned so far? And you know what she told me? She was actually a copper. And she said, the only thing I do is that I get to fill form, I get to search for things, materials that the company needs. I said, is that all you wanted? You want to do with your whole 1 year of service? And she looked at me, she said, no, but that is what I'm doing right now. And I said, okay. I took her on a course. First thing first, I taught her how to do career analysis. Get involved in the system. What does your hobby says about the tech industry? How do you key in your hobby with the tech industries, with the tech industry? And that is what every business is trying to do right now. What they are doing is that, how do I merge my business with technology? How do I bring in technology to play in my business? What role can technology play in my business? And then they look at, should we hire a digital marketer? Should we hire a digital strategist? Should we hire a business developer? Should we hire a product manager? Should we hire a developer? Should we hire a UI UX person? So when the industry are doing that, what is your role as a human? What is your role as an individual? If the industry, if businesses are going that route, What is your role as an individual? Can somebody answer me from the comment section? What is your role as an individual? Let me see who can get that. Like David said earlier, there's a gift going to go around. So, what is your role as an individual? If the tech, if the industry, if industries are trying to have a handshake with the technology business right now, are trying to see how technology can play in their business. What is your role as an individual? Can somebody put that in the comment section before we go on? Are we here, guys? So, what is your role as an individual? Emmanuel, God bless you. This is what I want to hear. Learning a skill that will be relevant in that space. Thank you, Emmanuel. Learning a skill, you have to position, like they say. I used to tell people, let me bring this. I used to tell people, the Bible, the Bible says, "He who finds a wife findeth a good thing." And I used to ask every woman, "What is your position as a woman in this day?" Because now the Bible is talking about a man finding a wife. What is your position as a woman? I say you have to position yourself as a good thing. So if they take this down to the tech industry, if the tech industries, if businesses are having handshake with industries in the tech business, you as an individual, what you have to do is to position yourself, get a skill that matches what these companies are looking for. Get a skill that align with what the values of this company. Don't just sit there and watch things evolve. Get yourself key into these industries and get involved. Learn a skill that will be valid in the next 5 years, in the next 10 years. A lot of people learn skills, they learn a whole different skills that is way outdated right now. So what do you do? Do a career analysis on yourself. Position your skills to align with what these industries are looking for. And a lot of businesses, they have challenges adopting all these things. Because truth be told, while you are, and that's what I said earlier, the world is evolving. While you are busy trying to adapt to these new changes in technology, a whole lot of companies have gone far beyond that. While we are busy trying to deal with Google, they brought in AI. If you are still trying to learn Google, sorry, my brother, all of us in the other side, in the other part of it, we have gone with ChatGPT. While you are struggling to deal with Google, we have gone past you. So there's a rapid progress in the tech industry, especially in Africa. There's a things are going beyond that, beyond pace. Things are going faster, and that is why you need constant learnings. Every business need to take up constant learnings, embrace technology advancements. You have a lot of companies, their adoption lifestyle is slow. Let's give the agricultural part of it a little bit of air to breathe. Let us allow them breathe a little bit, because sometimes most of this agricultural part of it is in the remote area where internet cannot even get to at some point. But what they're trying to do, they're trying to bring these goods to a place where they can actually get in touch with internet and have these things go out to the public. Some people don't even have that handshake with. Some people don't even know how to use e-commerce in Nigeria. So I know a lot of people. You want to buy something? I'm going to Lagos Island. You want to buy something? Things have changed. You say, okay, this guy's inflate price. You have they are classified sites where you have different opportunities to see different prices, compare prices, and pick the one that you want. So people keep learning new things. What are you doing? Are you sitting back to watch things go on? Do you want to be in that part of agricultural system where you are limited to learnings? Okay, okay, Zillion said, always learn new things at every given time. Yeah, quite fine. It's good to learn new things, right? Zillion, it's actually good to learn new things, but always let your learnings be strategic. You can't be everywhere and you want to win, right? You can't be everywhere and you want to be called a winner. You need to organize your career pattern. If I decide to say I want to be a digital strategist or a growth strategist, I need to align all my learnings in that direction. That is why at the end of the day, you see people who would come up to say, and that is why industries also do that. They say we need 7 years experience, 5 years experience, because somebody somewhere followed the learnings for 5 years, for 7 years. They followed a particular pattern for 5 years. That is why they get to say, I have 7 years, I have 7 years, I have 7 years experience. Right, right. I have 7 years experience. So you need to be able to organize your process. If you don't want to sell akara today, and tomorrow you are selling fried rice, and next tomorrow you want to sell plantain chips, and next tomorrow you say you want to sell bottled water, and next tomorrow you say you want to go and sell fridge. If you want to sell akara and be selling akara. At the end of the day, they'll be like, this woman, she knows how to sell akara. She has been selling akara for 5 years. She knows akara. She knows the in and out of akara. So if you want to be a digital strategist or you want to be a business developer, you need to understand, you need to position your learning, you need to pattern your learning. For every time you create an advancement for that particular pattern. Oh, I've been a digital marketer. I grow into a digital strategist, and tomorrow I grow into a growth strategist. Pattern. Pattern. Exactly. Sell akara and be great at it. And then thank you, Emmanuel. You be the go-to person when they talk about akara. Because one, they know that you have mastered the techniques of akara. You have mastered the learning. You have mastered the learning. Don't be everywhere at every time. Be in a particular place with consistency. I heard David talk about consistency from the beginning. Be in a particular place with an ideal sense of consistency. Same with every businesses. I'm talking in this direction because I know I have a lot of young graduates here and young minds who wants to grow. A whole lot of businesses, they get to see their downfall because they are not consistent. There are so many advantages of tech inclusions. There's 1 million and one. Even if you sit back and relax, you just looking at yourself, you can even pick up an advantage of tech inclusions in businesses. We're having this live section right now because of tech. We are streaming, operation workflow, work from home as a result of tech. Back in those days, they would have called all of us to come and hang out somewhere, and I'll be somewhere talking and everybody will be listening. It's okay too. But the truth is that we can actually do this and everybody be at your convenience and join at your convenience, which is the implementation of technology. At the point where Jumia came in, we had Konga for e-commerce. Right now we have a whole lot of e-commerce businesses in Nigeria. Some who are selling products. When I talk about product, I mean digital products. Digital products. A whole lot of digital products. What are you doing? Don't sit back and be saying, sir, hello, excuse me, auntie, excuse me, I'm looking for a job. And auntie will ask you, what kind of job? Auntie, please, anything, I will do it. If you as a young graduate or a graduate and you will come out and see any HR and tell the HR, hello, ma, please, I need a job. And then they ask you, what can you do? You say anything. Trust me, that HR will not get back to you because you are not even ready. First of all, Identify yourself. Yeah. You can actually. I'll probably send a slide in so you guys can actually get the slide. Give yourself some sense of identity. I am this, ma. What can you do? Sir, this. I am a data analyst. I can analyze data. I'm just an intern growing. Do you have an intern space that you can take me? Before you send a message to like 10 or 15 HRs, somebody will call you to say, okay, come and function here. There's so many industries out there that are looking for interns. According to my brother, Ola will say, stop playing. Stop playing. Don't play with your time. The world is in your hand right now. The world is in your hand. Use it the way that you can use it. The world is in your hands. Use it the right way. Don't sit back and be part of those that will say, I can do anything. You can align with me, good. I will help in the process because David is someone that I don't joke with. Yes, David is one person that I don't joke with, one of the people that I don't joke with. He knows that. As a business, what are you doing with your business? There are so many advantages of the tech that you can take. Yeah, you're right. You're going to learn the hard way because at that point you'll be left at the back. They will put you in the back seat like the time of assemblies of God. They put you in the back seat, and people have gone forward, and praise and worship have gone. So, what are you doing as a business? Position your business. Position your business in a way that. Position your business in a way that it can adapt to technology. The truth about technology is that it is cost. See, it's cost effective. It is little or less or nothing. Let me give you an example now. If you want to do a traditional marketing right now, you have activations, you have brandings, you have a whole lot of things. Do you know how much you have to pay these guys to rally around the street for you? Do you know how much you have to pay for branding? These guys that used to beat drums and pass our street those days when we were growing up, they beat the drums, they pass our street, they shout, they share flyers. Even these days, people hardly share flyers because they can actually put it online and do sponsored ad. You go and print flyers for, let's say you print 1,000 flyers, maybe 5,000. Let's just use that as a bait. You print flyers for 5,000, which you cannot even change the content of the flyers because once you printed, one is one. And then you share the flyers. Trust me, some people even throw the flyers away. They'll throw it away. No action is taken on the flyers. The few ones that want to come will come. But the truth is that you can actually use that 5,000 to you can create an e-flyer. Use that 5,000 to sponsor it. Trust me, that 5,000 can get to a whole lot of, as much as 10,000 people or 5,000 people or even more. And people can actually take action on the go. They can actually subscribe to your platform on the go. You can have people that you can actually connect with later in the day or after the entire business. Some people even stay to nurture your business with you. That is technology for you. It is sustainable. The resources are there. In every business, if you were a CEO here, you have a business that you're running, stop playing. Get involved. Because at the point of time when you lag behind, before you yeah, because dollar is changing. Yeah, right. Yeah. I also don't need to wait. Yeah, dollar is changing, but you still cannot compare to traditional marketing because I've been in both space, right? Dollar is changing quite fine. Dollar is going up. But the truth is that you still cannot compare. And the truth is that they for every platform they subsidize this payment for Nigeria, for Africans. Let me use Africans. Yes, I'll tell you. The money you pay for your Netflix to watch your Netflix, the money you pay for subscription monthly is way cheaper than someone who is paying from the United States. The money you pay for your Udemy to get your to buy courses on Udemy is way cheaper than someone who is in Germany, someone who is in Spain or something like that. I had a friend one time, and he looked at it and said, if I'm paying this in, I'm paying for something thousand in naira. And I said, but it's about 5,000 naira here. And that is the difference. They subsidized this payment because they knew that Africa needed it most. And the funniest thing is that their core consumers are in Africa. It is difficult. Every American right now is doing is a YouTuber. They are giving us lectures on YouTube. But Nigerians, Africans want to learn because we are growing. And Africa is growing, so we are learning fast. And they even most of as at 5 years ago, you will not see Amazon adverts in Nigeria. As at 5 years ago, you will not see AliExpress advert in Nigeria. But today, if you go on your Facebook, you see AliExpress, you see Amazon, you will see eBay advert in Nigeria. Why? Because their core consumers are here. Take advantage of these things. People say, are there barriers? Yes, there are a lot of barriers. Yes, a whole lot of barriers because a whole lot of people, skills are not the skill workforce. Many of these HRs will tell you, if you're HR here, I'm so sorry you're going through a lot right now. I'm so sorry you're going through a lot because you see HR probably hire people, and at the end of the day, you see these guys who tell you, I am relocating. I don't want to work. I don't want to work in your office space. I want to work from home. Some HRs will say no. Why? The skill. Thank you, Oga Bamsi. Yeah, they're subsidized for Nigerians. Yeah, you're right. So if you look at the barriers, a lot of tech guys right now, they don't even want to work for Nigerian industry. A lot of tech guys don't want to work for Nigerian industry. They all want to go out and work. Right. And some HRs are going through a lot trying to hire these guys. You hire somebody today, and the next thing the person is telling you, sir, I don't think I'm available. They've already accepted the offer. And the next thing they're telling you, sir, I don't think I'm available for this role anymore. That is what most of these tech companies faces right now. That's what they are facing. People are expanding, workforce is expanding. Some countries are tapping into Africa workforce. They are taking these guys and are taking them out. And that is what they face. So what are you doing? You need to learn. But it doesn't stop the growth of technology. It doesn't stop it. And this is where they come to play. They create collaboration, innovations, and education. I was working in Africa Prudential UBA registrar at some point where they create and they invested in tech training programs for young graduates. They had to do a collaborative programs for young graduates with other industries. They train these guys, and after training these guys, they put up a contract for them to work for the company for 2 years. Not like working for free, but they are being paid. So you are learning, and after you are learning, you are being paid. Even while you are learning, they pay them. I think they are being paid 40,000 naira during their learning process. They give them a laptop, give them everything they want. There's a launch for them in Africa Prudential. Yes, iAcademy. If you can Google it, Google iAcademy. You can actually get involved. iAcademy. At that point, they had platform to grow, and they had platform to practice, which is collaboration. A lot of businesses don't want to do this part of it. But trust me, a whole lot of people are doing it right now. They are doing it right now to get these guys to come on board and then keep them in placement for a while you are also changing it. You need to look at all of these tech-friendly regulations and fixing yourself. I'm a very strong person at supporting startups. I have a whole lot of startups that I keep supporting right now that I work for. I see their startups, I work for them because I like to write my signature somewhere. I like my name being written somewhere. I like to see these startups grow, and I've involved a whole lot of them. So you can actually find somewhere and place yourself. Don't just sit back and watch things go. If you're a startup company, get involved with all these guys, hire interns. Go to all these learning centers, pick up interns, hire them, give them a platform for growth. But some people, instead of you to look out for hiring interns, you are looking out for the professionals. At the end of the day, you don't have the money to finance them. You pay developer after 3 months. You don't even have finances anymore to pay the developers. You don't even have any money to do anything anymore. At that point, your business shut down. Why don't you hire one professional and hire interns and watch them grow? So embrace a growth system, especially when you are especially when you are a small business, a startup. Embrace growth and take it bit by bit. You don't chew all at once. Chew bit by bit. And this takes us to the point where we look at adapting to tech trends. Like I said earlier, some people are still trying to download Instagram. I can still see some people that have. I know some people here still have I'm BlackBerry. If you have BlackBerry, let me see you say yeah, yeah in the chat session. If you have BlackBerry, let me hear you say yeah, yeah. I know some of us have BlackBerry. And the truth is that life has gone beyond that part. I spoke about AI the other time. I talked about, you see the likes of blockchains and the rest of them. Internet of Things. There's a factorial for opportunity and growth in the African system. So why would you want to sit back? Learn the trend, follow the trend. It's not the idea of you just go to Instagram to watch picture, to watch video and dance. Yes, a lot of people have been doing that and have gotten fame and in the process. But you can actually tailor your own fame into something productive, something educational. Create the idea of storytelling abilities. You understand? It is the idea of storytelling is growing right now. Get involved. Don't just sit back and watch things pass you by. Like they said, it is Lagos Money Week. Make money through technology. Lagos Money Week, make money through technology. Don't sit back and wait for what is going to happen to you. See what you're going to do about the situation and take charge of the situation. What are we doing today? We are embracing technology for a sustainable growth. For everybody that embraces technology today, you are set to grow. Empower young graduates, drive technology system. Don't sit back. Innovation is here to stay. Take charge and don't be left behind. Thank you, guys. So if you have questions, I'm going to take your questions. I'm open to take questions. I hope you guys enjoy this section, right? So I'm going to be taking questions right now. So do we have questions for these? And we will take questions. So like a lot of people ask about the slide. The slide will be shared also. It will be sent in and it will be shared also. So you guys can also get the slide from Lagos Money Week organizers. So without that, I think there's no questions. Nobody's asking questions. We just have a few minutes to round up, 15 minutes to go. Bring in your questions. I know a lot of people want to get involved. Some people don't even know how to start. You can ask a question about how to start. You can ask a question about how to get involved. Tell me about your barriers. Your business. Okay. Ijuan Great Destiny says he or she has a business idea. So having a business idea is not enough. Validate your business idea. There are people who validate. That's why you have business analysts. You can even give a product manager, a product owner to validate it. They can validate your business ideas. So yes, you need to validate your business idea because not all business are marketable, and not all business ideas are marketable, and not all business ideas are good business ideas. You need to look at the long time part of the business ideas and see if they can actually grow to survive in the coming years. So under strategies, someone said under strategies and collaboration. I didn't get the question from that part of it. So maybe you can actually elaborate your question. So Aderoju Miriam said, how do I get involved? How do you get involved? Align your first and first. What is your hobby? Align your hobby with the tech part of it, and see what role you can play effectively. A lot of people would talk. Would do, I like to talk people to do what be involved with what makes you happy, something that you see that you get joy in doing, right? And that is the way you grow. And somebody says, you said there are trends. What trends are you suggesting? Now you need to look at there's so many trends. I can actually, so I don't have much time. I can actually share some trends with you. We have the trends of growth marketer. We have the strength of digital marketing. We have the strength of product owners, UI UX, front end developer, back end developers, content writers, content developers. We have a whole lot of them. Now, somebody says you mentioned about being identified in one thing. Yes, like I said earlier, pick a career, grow in that career, be identified with that career. When they mention that career, you would be called as an expert in that career. Do you suggest you collaborate with professionals or people starting up like you? So you can actually collaborate. It depends on your growth system and your pace. Yes, professionals is good. If you are growing right now, I suggest you collaborate with professionals to learn their journey. For everything, there's a story. For you to get the picture right, you must understand the story, right? Susan said, Akode said, cyber security or data analyst. It is a choice of what you enjoy doing most. Most of them they play in the market. But if you're looking for the costing, yes, and then you need to validate the career to say which one comes in much more. If you are looking for which one to pick, you can do career analysis to say how many times how many times does a job appear for data analysis in a week or in a day, and how many times does the same job apply does cybersecurity appears in a week or in a month. You do your analysis and then you compare and choose what you want. How can a student in university studying a long course create passive income? Hmm. Hmm. Now, being a student, you can actually learn a tech. When I was in school, I learned digital marketing back when I was in school. So I was doing a little thing, but then it wasn't as big as what it is right now. But I was doing something for myself at that point, using what I had to get money to sustain myself in school in a place where you don't have your parents to sponsor you, right? So how do we get involved? Like you said, I just explained to you earlier. You need to get involved with. You need to understand your hobby, your passion, your go-to for, and then pick a tech system that aligns with it. Same thing with Zillion, yes. Hand picking, waving. Okay. Yeah, sure. It's a long time business. Yeah. Being a jack of all trades in this system right now would not pay you. So I suggest you focus on one. How do you overcome barriers? You overcome barriers by studying, by learning, by being on that pace of learning. Study your pattern and grow in your pattern. Don't just sit back. Let your study be active. As you are growing, the continuous learning, there are so many platforms for free learnings online. You can pick anyone and grow in that particular pattern. I think with this, we have come to an end. So I'll let David take over from here. Thank you, David. I appreciate your time. Thank you, guys.
Boss, we are not done. No, we are not done. But before I say what I want to say, I want everybody to give it back to Mr. Lawrence Nwachukwu
So
Jr. Give it back to him.
I'll
Give
try to
it
be
back
around
to
on
him.
Saturday also. I'll try to be around on Saturday. I'll see a whole lot of you
I'm
guys on Saturday. I'll be
expecting
around
you,
on Saturday.
man. I'm
I'll be around on
expecting you. So I
Saturday.
want you
I'll be
to
around on
put
Saturday.
your energy in the chat box. Every single person, put your excitement, put your thank you, put every single thing you want to put in the chat box right now. Right now. An extensive teaching. Oh my God. If you want to get this lesson outside, you're going to pay for it, bro. You're getting it here for free. Because one man chose to be benevolent enough to accept our invitation to be a speaker on our free session. And you're not writing thank you in the chat box. Are you joking or what? Write so much thank you. Thanks a whole lot. Write everything. Write everything. I want to see all the thank yous in the chat box. Do it now, 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 now,
So
now,
yeah, so I'm
now.
going to say this. So if you can look out for me on LinkedIn, you can actually follow me on LinkedIn using the same name, Lawrence Nwachukwu, on LinkedIn. See my profile picture. You can actually follow me on LinkedIn. Any of your other questions that you might want me to answer personally, I would answer them personally. I also give you a platform for growth. Also, I'll give you a chance to grow. Yeah, that is something I'll give everyone from this platform. I'll give you a chance to grow. So follow me on LinkedIn. Same again. You are from Lagos Money Week, and I promise you that we'll have a collaborative time, and I'll also share some insight with you also personally to enhance your growth.
Wow. Wow, I'm sure of words. The chat box is literally blowing up right now. The chat box is blowing up right now. Everybody's super pumped. Everybody's super grateful. Everybody's super excited. Oh my God. Oh my God. Okay, you know what? Before I say what I want to say, everybody write what you learned in the chat box. Even if it's one thing, even if it's just one word, even if it's just one phrase, write what you learned in the chat box right now. Everybody, everybody, let's go. Write it in the chat box now. What have you learned so far? What have you learned so far? What did you learn from this? Write it in the chat box. Let's go. I want to know, what did you learn? He shared a whole lot. He shared a lot from his years of experience and expertise. You can't tell me you didn't learn anything. You can't tell me all you learned is to type thank you, sir, thank you, ma. Nah. It's beyond that. So what did you learn? Talk to me. Talk to me. Talk to me. Wow, the chat box is blowing up. Consistency in your craft. That is a Nikiwe Niken where, oh my god, I wish I could pronounce it well. Judas is learn to always catch up with the trend. Always catch up with the trend. Even in Forex, there's something we call the trend. And we say the trend is your friend up until there's a bend. Consistency is the key. You must study and study. This is very important. Any industry you're in, you must study and study and study and study. It's extremely important. You must study. Learn. Let your learning of new things be strategic. Be strategic. Wow, wow, wow. So much to learn. Follow a pattern and be consistent. Follow a pattern and be consistent. Powerful. Thank you, Mr. Lawrence. No matter how little, learn a skill. It will definitely come in handy, whatever your journey is. It's definitely come in handy. So I want everybody to do this right now. Click on the share button and share this link to your WhatsApp status. Everybody, do it now. Click on the share button, share this to your WhatsApp because I'm about to ask him some really tough questions. And guess what? From these questions, we are going to learn how he did it. Now it's beyond everything he has shared with us. Now this is insider secret into the life of Mr. Lawrence Nwachukwu Jr. And you can't get this information anywhere else except here. You can't get this information anywhere else. So go ahead and share this link. Then I'm going to start with the questions I want to ask him. Once you've done that, write done. Once you've done that, write done. Once you've done that, write done in the chat box. Once you've done that, while I keep reading the chat, the comments, you see, it's in this era of development and constant change. Do strategic learning. If not, you remain in the earlier versions of constantly. Wow, this shows that you guys are really listening. Alexander Prosper. Wow, involved with the world. Involved with what the world is doing. Yes, concentrate on what give your energy to that one thing that you're passionate about. Thank you so much, Coach David, for the opportunity. How to position my business and the knowledge I have in a way that will adapt to technology, consistent and relevant in what skill you're good at. Wow. Wow, I see all the done, done. Yeah, done. You guys are really ready for this. You guys like Amebo so much. People like Amebo. You want to hear what I want to ask Mr. Lawrence? No problem. No problem. You guys like Amebo. Mr. Lawrence, can you hear me very well?
Yeah, I can hear you. Go ahead. I can hear you.
All right. Awesome. So the very first question that the team said I should ask you is, when did everything begin to make sense for you in this tech industry?
Okay, there's a time when let me say there was a time when everything doesn't make sense at all, and when I thought these things are not playing. But the funniest thing is that when I sat in my house and I had people call me for different job purpose, and I knew that there was actually sense in this, because there was a time that I was out of job, and while I was out of job, I took learnings. Instead of me to start looking for a job, I sat back and decided to learn a whole lot in that process, right? And I went for an interview for a job, for a sales job. And this is me who doesn't like sitting at home. I went for an interview for a sales job, and the interview was supposed to be for 50,000 naira. And this person saw my CV and said, sir, do you know the job you came for? I said, yes, now let me take my hand, come here. He said, this is not the job for you. I said, So it was the junior HR. So the junior HR spoke to the senior HR. I said, the senior HR came and said, sir, do you know the job you're applying for? Is it 50,000? I said, yes, I came here myself now. And he says, no, sir, I don't know what to do, but in my position as head HR, this job is not suitable for you, but I can talk to the manager for this purpose. And the manager called me and said, is that you this? I said, yes. Is there anything? He's a Chinese man. He said, you do this? I said, yes, I can do it. He said, you marketer, you this? I said, yes. I said, what do you think about this business? Like I said, I always go with my laptop. I have done what I want to do. I said, okay, this is the way forward. We can do this. We can do this in the next 3 months, in the next 3 to 6 months. First quarter, we achieve this. Second quarter, we achieve. I already aligned. And he said, okay, when can you start? And when he said, when can you start? I said, okay. I said, sorry, excuse me, sir. We have to change the narrative right now. He said, yes, talk to the HR. Change everything. And this is somebody that came in for a salesperson for 50,000 naira, and is going on with about 280,000 naira. And I think this was in 2016 or 2015 or something. And this is it. And trust me, if I had sat back and put my ass back in the house and said, it's 50,000 I can't go. It's 50,000 I can't go. I probably might not be here today. And that is why I said earlier, it is also good to learn a process. For everything, there's a process. If let me take it in the godly way. If God wants to bypass process, they wouldn't have created Jesus to be a baby. They just say, oh yeah, God will just say, oh yeah, appear. You see him appear as a grown man. But for everything, there is a process. You cannot jump the process. Don't jump the process. Take little learnings to grow into bigger learnings. If I want to play David's story for you guys, I can tell you when David used to put all those things in the house and he will practice him. Take the learnings. It is a process. You cannot bypass the process. David is someone that's
I think,
David.
I think, sorry to interrupt, I think you should share that story.
See, David is someone that speaks to his life. I don't know anyone that knows David very well here. He's someone, he speaks to his life. If you go to David's room, I don't know if the papers are still there today. You will write it there, millionaire at so and so. It is there. Don't sit back and say Nigeria is not good. Dollar is rising. Why we are shouting dollar is going up? People are making money. Are they not making money? People are making money. People are still learning. Learning is still going on. Things are still going. It doesn't stop the country from moving forward. It doesn't stop the economy from going. Everything is working. Take the learnings, understand the process, and move with it. Run with your idea. Get a learning and run with it. Don't sit somewhere and wait for things to happen to you. Because the things that are going to happen to you will be the very dangerous things. If you are going to sit back and wait for things to happen, the things that will happen will be the ones that you cannot get up from. So you have to run. Run with that idea you have. Run with that skill that you have. That thing you learn today, run with it. Don't bypass the process. Go with the flow. For everything, there's a process. For every time you move, there's a process. And if you miss the process, you might come back to start afresh. Have you ever been to hospital where they tell you, when they give you drugs, probably all those antibiotics, they tell you don't miss one. If you miss today, you have to start afresh. You have to start afresh because there's a process for that thing, for the things to work. It takes process for you to get achievement. Right. So David, let's see if we can take another question.
Yeah, before I take the other question, there's a question on the screen from Akim Bodi. Ah man, this is a lot of things to soak in
Okay,
today.
it says, how were you able to focus on your career, your current area of socialization, taking courses to? Yes. This is a very serious, important question because I found out that a whole lot of young guys and young chaps are here, young graduates, undergraduates are here. The truth is that one thing first is you need to understand your power, understand your strengths, and play in your strengths. Play in your strengths. Because Tunde is a developer and Tunde is earning 100 million doesn't mean that you too can earn 100 million as a developer. You might not be able to earn 100 million as a developer, but you can earn 100 million as a data analyst or as a cybersecurity agent because you are playing in your strengths. Find your strength, take learning strategically according to your strengths. If there's a now, what I used to tell people is, I tell people, see, this is how you do it. If you want to be a digital marketer right now, I keep using digital marketer because I started from there. Now, what you do is you look at, go to Jobberman, open LinkedIn, open Jobberman, and open maybe Indeed. Type in digital strategist or digital marketer. Look out for all the requirements that all this company needs for this particular role. Bring all the requirements from different companies together in a particular sheet. Have an Excel sheet to put them together side by side. Bring all the requirements together. See all the requirements that are significant and learn those requirements. Learn them. Then every other ones that are, then you can now focus on Nigeria, which is your point of your reach. You can now focus on there to pick up the other ones that are basically aligned with Nigeria alone, and you learn. In that way, you fit in for international jobs, and you fit in for your primary jobs. And for every time there's a change. Every time you see Google updates their application, they've updated their policy also. Every time you see Facebook update their application, they updated their policy also. Every time you see Instagram update the application, the policy has been updated. The point you see Twitter go from Twitter to X, a policy has been updated. So you must understand this policy to grow as a digital marketer. Right. You must understand all of this policy. Right. So I don't know if I answer your question, Akim Bode.
Yeah, you did. I think that's very awesome response. Very awesome response. Awesome response. Oh my god, I'm seeing a lot of comments and man, this makes so much sense. So I have a second question from us here. But I think this Mr. Akimbode Oluwasegun, he really wants to know you personally because he's just typing. He's good though. He's very good, Mr. Akimbode. I like him. I like him very well. He's very good. He's a very intelligent person. He says, what's your secret of managing workload at the office and taking courses online? That means managing all the stress from the office and also doing your online courses. How do you merge both? That's what he's asking. How do you merge
So,
both of them?
so you must have a plan for yourself. Have a plan for yourself. Create a time to learn and a time to work. There are sacrifices that you must make. Don't forget. In everything, there are sacrifices that you should make. Like there was a time that I was using my salary to pay for courses online. That's my own sacrifice. It might not be your own. There's a time that I have sleepless night because I want to learn a particular course. That is my own growth. That is my own sacrifice. So you actually have to build your own sacrifice. What are you going to sacrifice to learn? What are you going to sacrifice to grow? Take off some workloads, take the workloads, or take off some workloads, or drop some things to grow. Manage your time effectively. You can say, okay, I'm going to work from 9 to 5. When I get home, I'll probably create 2 hours. Every day I get home, I'm going to create 2 hours to learn. 2 hours in a month is something because you are learning one thing, and probably one thing in different ways. 2 hours in a month, you know what it is? It gives perfection at the end of the day. So I don't know if I answered your question.
Yeah, I'm very, very sure that's a very awesome response to the question. I'm really sure that's also a response to the question. Now, the question from the team now is all through, all through your journey as a tech enthusiast. Well, let me just read it out. It says, all through your journey as a tech enthusiast, what's the biggest financial reward you've gotten that made you stick?
For
What's the
financial
biggest
reward,
financial reward that made you
I
stick
don't.
with?
I don't think I've seen my biggest so far because biggest are still coming. It can still another man can still come tomorrow to scatter everything. so
But how much
so
have
far,
really made you focus well?
personally, I've seen a job for like 10 million, 50. It depends on the project, right? And for all of these things, it depends on. I have one that I'm working on right now. It's about I think about close to 8 million. But the truth is that my personal project, all of these things. So I have business projects, personal projects in all of this, right? So for every of these things, it is a it's how will I put it? It is an how will I put it? It's a motivation for me to say that I'm actually on the right path. Yours, so let me not break your heart. Yours might not be like this, but consistency will make it be like this. Right. Yours might not start like this, but your consistency would put it up like this. So it is a matter of consistency in everything. If David was not consistent, we wouldn't be here today. So it's a matter of consistency at the end of the day. Thank you.
Wow, wow, I'm so grateful for that response. I believe we are learning a lot from this. Now, he has shared so much already. And please, how can we get the slide across to them? If you can send it to me, maybe via WhatsApp, then I'll tell the team to send it to their emails, all those who registered. So, those of you that have not registered, I'm sorry, you can't get the slide. So, if you want to get the slide, you can still get it. Just register on the website. Then we will be able to ensure that you get the slide. But you have to register on the website, all right? The
All
third
right,
and final
that's fine.
question.
That's fine. I will share the slide with you. That's no problem. I'll share with you immediately after this section. I'll share with
Thank you,
you.
my king. Thank you, my king. Now, the third and final question is give us a storyline of what to expect from the ideation phase up until the stage where we're now making so much profit from what we're doing. Give us the things to expect, both the good, the bad, and the ugly. What to expect starting out up until when we begin to make so much money like you. I mean, you're doing 10 million, 15 million projects on a weekly basis, daily basis, monthly basis. Bro, many people in
So,
Nigeria cannot even afford that. So how can we get
so
to
the
that
truth,
level? Stages of experience.
the truth is that okay, I'm even happy right now because my wife is actually listening right now. That's a great one. Yeah, but my wife is actually on this call. Yeah. Well, my wife is actually on this call, and I'm grateful for her. You know, when your wife supports everything that you do, is always a grace on its own. So right, so because of what we have right now, technology has grown, and you have so much challenges right now, unlike before. You know, right now we can actually come up like we are. Let me give you guys a story. I went for so I went. Someone sent a message like, "Can you take a job?" I went for the interview. You know, when I got to the interview, and I don't want to mention the name of the company. It's a very, very popular company, a luxury company for that matter. And I was like, you know, when expectations are so high, I'm not this kind of person that likes to sit in the office all the time. So I was like, so I told the lady, I said, so my wife and I discussed about this job, and I was like, okay, like you have to be high. I was like, okay. When I got there, I told the lady, okay. When I got to the settings, when I got to the place, the setting was not the kind of setting that I expected from the luxury things that I saw. So I told the lady, I said, okay, at the end of the day, can you guys pay 950? 950, I have to come to the office 2 times a week. 950 take home, and I need to get other attachment. You know, we call it attache. in the business. So she looked at me like this. So immediately I said so. There are two other guys I was sitting there. The way they looked at me like this, the two other guys looked at me like this. And the lady was like, we think about it. I was like, immediately the lady was like, can you help us do a Google ads or something? I just closed my laptop. I just carried my bag. I walked out. You know, and one of the so I left there. I left there. So one of the guys in that place called me. He sent me a message. So he actually took my name. So I think he went to search for me on LinkedIn. He now sent me, he said, senior. I said, how is it? He said, so you don't know me. I said, how? He said, the guy from the place we went for interview. It's like, oh, like, okay. He said he didn't even know that he's actually following me on LinkedIn. It was actually when he saw my picture. I was like, can I want to, he said, look at these people, these people just messed up with my time and all. And I told him, I said, I said, when I see a place, I know what they can offer. So that is one of the challenges that you would see when you get to different places, right? It's about you positioning yourself well. There are challenges. The job that you might want to take that you might want to collect for 900 or 1,000, one person that doesn't even know about it will just go and read one book and come back and tell you that they can do it. They can, and the funny thing is that their boss actually sent me a message their boss actually sent me a message. The CEO actually sent me a message on LinkedIn. I'm even yet to reply the message. And that is just it. Because a lot of skills are coming up. Amateurs are reading online, and they don't have the practical aspect of these things. They just read, what is digital marketing? Digital marketing is this. There are people who can talk. There are people who can talk. There are other people who can talk and act. When we were in school, we had people who can talk. But when we came out of school, we have people who can act. Because one thing talking helps you pass exam. But acting helps you do the work. I don't know if everyone can hear me. Talking helps you pass the exam, and acting helps you do the work. Because a whole lot of us, while we're in school, we are just reading to pass. But when you get out, when you get out from school, you're no longer reading to pass. You're reading to work. You are reading to implement. And when you're growing, you get these challenges where people just read and come and talk. But we don't read to talk. We read to implement. So you probably have to focus your time on implementation rather than talking. And anywhere you go, once you make an impact, they will find you. You've left a footprint, they will find you. Thank you, David. I don't know.
Wow, 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 wow. My mind is blown up. My mind is, my mind is, my mind is blown away. Thank you, really. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I would ensure that we take snippets from what you said and share out so that people can also learn from your wealth of experience. And I'm grateful. I'm even happy that you're starting the Lagos Money Week officially with this powerful presentation. I'm really grateful, and I'm sure the rest of the team is grateful. So, every single person on this call, if you're grateful, I want you to write thank you in the chat box. Write all the thank yous before we allow Mr. Lawrence take his leave. Write all the thank you. He will not leave until you see all those thank yous. So, write thank you. Thank you. He was here since 12. That's almost 2 hours of his day he gave us. Please write thank you. Please write thank you. Thank you. We love you so much. We are grateful. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Nwachukwu. Thank you. Thank you very much. Have a blessed one, sir. We're grateful. All right. So I'll give you guys 10 minutes break, and then we'll come for the next session. No, 5 minutes. 10 minutes is too much. 5 minutes. The next speaker is actually here. But we are starting by 2. So you be back by 1:55. So you have just 9 minutes. 9 minutes to go and do what you want to do. Everybody, 9 minutes, go and have a break or have a snack. Have a snack here. I want to also eat with my drink. So you two do the same thing. Take 10 minutes, then come back. Sorry, 5 minutes rather. And come back. I don't want to pursue you. So I don't want to be looking for you. Go and come back. Go and come back. Only 5 minutes. Go and come back. Go and come back. Your time starts now. Hello, 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 everybody. I'm back. Where's everybody? How can we be only about 18 of us? Where's everybody? Where's everybody? Where's everybody? So, you know what? I'll give you 2 minutes. Or, okay, let me give you 5 minutes to go and call them. Let them all come. Let them all come. You have 5 minutes to do that, everybody. You have 5 minutes. Let them all come. Let them all come. Go and call them. You have 5 minutes to call everybody. So you're married, but you still want to be in this All right, guys, it's good to be back. It's good to be back here. Sorry, here is noisy, man. Um, I'm at one really nice, one nice restaurant, and apparently I met a trader. So we were just talking and having fun. So he's not the social trader, but I mean, it's really nice. Um, so from the first session, what did you learn? Now between us, Mr. Lawrence is not here. This is just both of us. What did you learn from that first one? What's the major take home for you from that first session? What's the major take home for you from that session? What's the major take home for you from that session? What's the major take home for you from that session? Talk to me. I'm waiting for all of the comments in the comment section. What's the major take home for you? For everything, there's a process. Okay, let's wait for the rest. And learn the skill. Wow. Let's wait for others also. All right, there's one here. Consistency and sacrifice. Consistency and sacrifice. Wow. Consistency and sacrifice. Father Mary says, don't skip the process. Don't skip the process. Judah says, keep learning and stay up to date with the trend. Never be too late for an innovation. Hmm. Hmm. I love this. I love this. I love this. I love this so much. So much. I love this so much. Never be too late for an innovation. I love this. All right, so are we together now? Sorry about that. I was trying to speak with Mr. Samson. It's coming live now. So apparently he's trying to sort out a few things, but he'll join us shortly. He'll join us shortly. So how many of you would start tech after listening to what he said? He shared one thing that stood out for me was how he was able to connect every industry together through tech. So he was able to connect tech to agriculture, tech to fintech, tech to everything. Like pretty much, he showed us the integration of tech in other industries, and he killed it. He nailed it. He nailed it. He nailed it on the cross. I'm not even lying to you. He nailed it. I enjoyed every bit of it, and I'm going to go back to rewatch. I'm telling you the truth. I will go back to rewatch it. I will go back to rewatch it. I will go back to rewatch that session. I'll go back to rewatch it. It says, keep your no get your okay, get running and run with the idea skill. Okay. Um, career analysis, strategic learning, and also organize your processes. Wow. Organize your processes. Wow. Organize your processes. That makes a lot of sense. That makes a whole lot of sense. Organize your processes. Mhm. Organize your processes. Sorry, hold on a second. Um, how many of you guys have subscribed to this YouTube channel? Because I want to do giveaway now, but if I don't see that you have subscribed, I'm not going to do this giveaway. How many of you guys have subscribed? How many of you guys have subscribed? How many of you guys have subscribed? See, those of you that are leaving this call, you are free. Oh. You know me, I always tell you, my students already know. If you're going to join a call and leave, it's better you don't join at all. If you came to get value, then you have to stay to get the value. If you're leaving and joining again and leaving and joining again, it just shows that you don't want to get value or you're not open to getting value. So I'm not going to beg you to stay on the call, even though I would appreciate that you stay on the call and learn. I will not, I don't do that. I'm a strong believer of communication. So I've communicated with you the relevance of you staying on the call. So if you think leaving the call and joining again and leaving again, can you be in this like if we're physically in the building together, will you be leaving the building and coming in because there's nothing going on the stage? I guess you would. So just give it time. Relax. Go and drink water. Relax. Go and drink water. Relax. Go and drink water. So I want to ask my first question. And this is the truth here. The first person to respond gets it. Like the first person to respond correctly gets the item I'm giving away. Jonathan, the very first person to respond gets the item. Now, this is the question. How many pages did Mr. Lawrence slide have? How many pages does his slide have? How many pages does his slide have? How many pages does his slide have? Eight, eight, 10, 12, eight, eight. Oh my God. So let me check. So this 10. This one says 7. This one says 10. How many pages does the slide have? I'm seeing different comments. So you know what? In your presence, I'm going to check it. I've not seen the correct answer. So look at it. How will I share it with you? So you guys look at it. What did you see on it? 15 pages, right? 15 pages. 15 pages. So nobody got the answer. So I think I would really want to win my giveaway first. Now the second question to win the giveaway is Captain TK, which is our third speaker for the day. What is our full name? The first person to type out our full name gets the item that we're giving away right now. The very first person to type her full name. Let's go. Let's see who knows the guest most. The very first person gets it. I promise you. The very first person gets it. The very first person gets it. She's coming on live with us at I think 3:30 now. Yeah, 3:30. So 2 to 3 is Mr. Samson, and he is actually I'm communicating with him right now. He said he's trying to join. Okay, he's here already. So Mr. Samson, you can just open your camera, then I add it to the stage. But the very first person to respond to the question gets it. So what's the full name of our third guest for the day, which is Captain TK? What's the full name? What's her full name? What's her full name? What's her full name? Man, I'm waiting in the comments. I'm really waiting in the comments. Let me know who knows the guest more. See, the numbers have dropped. Do you know why the numbers dropped? You guys left the app to go and check Instagram for a full name. Oh my god. Oh my god. Atinuke. You're not saying the full name. That's not the full name. Atinuke is not the full name. Sikira Lamidi. Oh wow. That's not the full name. Atinuke Stanley. That's not the full name. That's not the full name. That's not the full name. Atinuke Stanley. That's not the full name. Mm-mm. She doesn't call herself Atinuke Stanley. There's a full name. It's like a compound name. All right. So you need to say the full name the way it is, and then you get your item. So I permit you to go and check Instagram again. I permit you to go and check Instagram again. Atinuke Stanley. Someone says Captain Atinuke Stanley. You guys are scammers. You guys are scammers. That's not the full name. Trust me. That's not the full name. If it's the full name, I'll tell you. It's not the full name. It's not the full name. Captain Atinuke is not the full name. You have two. Okay, you know what? Everybody, you have 30 seconds to get the full name. If you don't get the full name in 30 seconds, I'll say the full name and I'll cancel the giveaway. You have 30 seconds. Your time starts now. Oh wow, we have an answer already. Atinuke Stanley people. You got it. OG Bamsi. I don't know you in person, but send me a message on Instagram at I am David Atchom. And then I'll give you your giveaway. I am. Oh, you know what? No, instead of sending me a message, send a message to Lagos Morning Week Instagram page. They would handle it. They know what to do. Okay. So send a message to Lagos Morning Week on Instagram, and then you get it. So you are the very first person that was, I should say, smart enough to get the full name. I know you went to check Instagram. I know you cannot tell me otherwise because you know her by Captain TK. That's how I know her also. All right. Uh-huh. I think it was yesterday that I had to, pay attention to the name, the full name itself. And I'm inquisitive. I'm very, very anxious. I want to know or not anxious. I should say curious. I want to know I don't know. Maybe she's married to someone named Pepper. I don't know. I'll talk to her about it when we bring her on the call. But right now, we have no other person but the very great, popular, and impactful. He called himself a farmer. But I will not lie to you. I call him, or I know him as the direct opposite. I know him as like a soil, all right? Because I've known people that know him. I've listened to him speak. I mean, even the just concluded youth convention for my church was part of the guest speakers, and I listened to him speak. One thing that stood out for me is how much of a fertile ground he is. Every information that he absorbs, they they sprout out into a big tree. So instead of him being a farmer, I would say he's the farmland himself. All right, he's the farmland because he's that fertile ground. He's that fertile ground. So if you give him your attention, he knows. You see, he's going to that your attention will be a seed planted into him, and guess what? It will spring out as a big tree. It's going to expand. It's going to cause a transformation in your life. He's the CEO for Soilless Farmland. Um, Soilless Farm Lab, rather. Sorry. Mr. Farmer Samson Ogbole. I don't know why he still calls himself farmer. I've told you guys, don't mind him. He's farmland, not a farmer. All right. Though he has his own understanding of why he calls himself a farmer, and I want to learn it. All right, so we'll listen to him together, talk about it. However, he is that fertile ground. I want you to give him your attention and let him do what he would with that attention. So if you are excited about Mr. Samson Ogbole, he's not going to come up until you type your excitement in the chat. He's right here in the studio. He's waiting for you. If you put your excitement in the chart, I promise you, beyond doubt, he's going to do well with it. And it's going to start off, but you need to first of all put your excitement. Maybe you put fire emojis, maybe you put I am ready, maybe you put welcome, sir, maybe you put thank you, sir. But I want you guys to spam the chat box now. Go ahead, spam the chat box. Spam the chat box. I'm excited. Spam the chat box. Energy everywhere. Spam the chat box. You guys go ahead and do that now, 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 now. Spam the chat box. If you spam the chat box, he's going to come. He's going to come. He's not going to come until you spam the chat box. He's not. Trust me. He's not going to come until you spam the chat box. He's not going to come until you spam the chat box. It's not going to come until you spam the chat box. It's not going to come until you spam the chat box. Let him know you're excited. Let him know you're ready for him. Let him know you're excited. Let him know you're ready for him. Many of us, we are looking for direction. All right. You have to be tech related. But what can I do? How can I integrate tech in agriculture? How can I integrate tech with what I'm doing? And we learned from the first speaker. He also spoke about agriculture on a little bit. And now Mr. Sampson is going to go in depth in this. He's going to go in depth in this. Now you need to first of all, like I said, put your energy. Are you excited to see him? Put your excitement everywhere. Put your excitement everywhere. Everywhere. Oh my God. Oh my God. Mr. Sampson, I think they are ready to receive you right now. I think they are ready to receive you right now. I think they're ready to
Good
receive you right now.
afternoon.
I think they're ready to
Thank you
receive you right
so
now.
much.
You can take the stage, man. Welcome.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. So yeah, my discussion is going to be short. It's around how to ensure that you have a company that is investment ready. Now, before I start, permit me to first explain money because it's a pity that a lot of people do not understand what money is. And because of that, you have a lot of people running around for what they do not understand. And at the end of the day, when they do not get it, being Africans, it is very easy for us to blame the devil, even when the devil is not at work. Now, as a foundation, when I say money, what comes to a lot of people's mind is usually the paper currency. Let me see if it's the paper currency. Let me see if I can. That's what comes to a lot of people's mind. Oh, money means paper. Now, that may sound true. So when I say money, people think of, oh, this is money. Now, the question is, if I take this paper and I go to Ghana and I buy something in Ghana and I give them this, Will they accept it? I'm sure you know the answer will be no. An example of what happened earlier this year was when the government said they were changing the currency from the old to the new, and they gave ultimatum to when the money must be switched. If not, they will no longer accept it. I remember having people run around trying to get their old currencies to the bank and all of that. Interpretation. What we call money is first and foremost a government authority, a government stamp. Meaning, what makes this 1,000 naira is first and foremost the government has called this 1,000 naira. Secondly, you and I agree that this is 1,000 naira. So if we wake up tomorrow and say this is no longer 1,000 naira, automatically this becomes an ordinary piece of paper. Having said that, if we take all the cash in the world, if we take all the cash in the world and we put that cash together in one place and you calculate the amount of money in the world, you will realize that the total cash in the world, whether it is naira, dollars, yen, penny, whatever it is, the total cash in the world amounts to just 8% of the monies in the world, which means there is more money that is not cash, that is not in this physical form, than the money that is in the physical form. Which means there is 92% of money that is not cash. So it then becomes a question of why then was cash created? If there is more money that is not cash, I mean, one of the reasons I love talking with fellow young people is the fact that I know that you can Google these things to confirm. Now, you will realize that the reason why cash was created is for banks to meet their obligation to the poor. Keyword. For banks, the cash was created, cash, not money. Physical cash is created for banks to meet their obligation to the poor, because you would realize that a lot of the things the wealthy will spend money on, they use the digital money. So if at this level I am pursuing cash, I am already cutting myself out of wealth. Put that somewhere. Now, how do I make myself investment worthy? I usually have a simple principle that I use. Level number one, I have 4 levels. Levels number 1 is you need to start the process with your personal money, because there are lots of people that want to grow big, but they want to start off with other people's money. You need to start with your money. Why do you start with your money? This is the time you get to learn the process. You get to make the mistakes. You get to make the errors. But importantly, you are understanding the process. Running with your money is not going to make you rich. It just makes you grounded in that thing you want to do. Now, you keep learning and learning until you get results. Not that you get result one time and move on to the next thing. No, you get the result and you replicate it to get the result again. That is level 1. While you are doing this as a person in your personal life, you are going to be suffering. Life would be difficult. You will get a lot of advice. Baba, why not move on? Chama, why not try a new thing? Must you still remain a farmer? Must you still remain a tech enthusiast? Must you still remain whatever it is you were doing? Because there is no money coming in. Instead, everything you are making is going to learning the process. Now, once you start getting results, you would automatically enter level 2, where you would notice that people start coming to you to give you funds. People are coming to you to say, I like what you do. Can I give you money? That is stage 2. In trying to attract wealth, stage 2. Other people's money. Now, do not fake phase 1. Because if you fake phase 1 and you fake your results to enter phase 2, you will realize that you are going to use people's money to run experiments. So, what is the key thing for phase one in trying to get people's money? You must understand the process with your money. You must understand the process with your sweat. Suffering will be a norm. You'll be tired. You'll be frustrated. It is a norm. But you want to understand the process. Because when people come to give you money, they are not investing in your passion, they are investing in your results. I say that again. Yes, they may come to you and say, "I will like how passionate you are," and blah, 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 blah. But the reality is, your passion is not what they are investing in. They are investing in your capacity to get results. They are giving you money to multiply your results. They are not giving you money to whether you are passionate or not. Passion is just hobby. But can you duplicate that result? Now, when they start giving you money, this is stage two, you need to know when to stop collecting money. Now, somebody is thinking, what happens if I lied about my result and I got the money, now I can use the money well? You will end up becoming a Ponzi scheme because you cannot fulfill what you have promised. You do not understand the process of what you have promised. So you end up becoming a Ponzi scheme. So for that not to happen, you must have understood the process in stage one. In stage two, you are just replicating results. You are just duplicating, just duplication. Now, how do I know how much money I should collect? Because remember, because I am getting results, a lot of people would want to give me money. A lot of people would want to send funds my way. How do I know when to stop collecting money? My structure is the limiting factor. My structure. Now, let me explain structure. A lot of us, I'm sure, have seen babies before. We have all seen babies. Now, imagine a baby and an adult. You will agree with me that there is no organ you have in a baby that is not present in an adult. A baby has a heart, adult have a heart. A baby has lungs, adult have lungs. A baby has circulatory system, adult have circulatory system. A baby has respiratory system, adult have respiratory system. Now, as long as the baby has every organ and systems that the adults have, the only difference between the baby and the adult is time. Same way, when you say you are a small business and I have all the structures, notice now, not the passion, I have the structures that are in the big business inside my small business, then all I need is time. My small business will become big. But if there is a baby that has some systems missing, some organs missing, with time, the baby will die, the baby will not become an adult. Same way, if there is a small business that some systems are missing, with time, that small business will die. So, time tests structures. Other people's money. You are trying to get other people's money. The question is, what happens to you as the CEO if you die? What happens to their money? Is their money tied to your being alive? Or is their money tied to the business that it can work without you? Because you realize that a lot of businesses are tied to the owner. And you are wondering why people are not willing to give you funds, because you are a risk. Your business cannot function without you. Every time you travel, the business has traveled. When you are not available in your business, nothing functions. So the day you are sick, the business is sick. The day you are hungry, business is hungry. And what that simply means is the investor sees it as, whatever happens to you happens to his money. So because of that, he cannot invest in your business. So how do I start building structure? Structure is not first and foremost people. Structure is process. You see why it is important to have understood process alone? Because when you have understood process, you can now differentiate what is the core of the business and the distractions of the business. In the structure, you now get to know what do we focus on, what do we outsource. Because how do you know a small business that is going to die? The business does everything. Everything is done by them. They are the Ogbole. They are the alpha and omega. How do you know a big business? Some things are outsourced. They focus on just their strengths. But a small business focuses on their weakness and their strength, and they tell you we are trying to build our weakness. No. So a business that understands structure, understands first processes. You will agree with me that when you go into the lab, for example, when you enter the lab, you would notice that in labs, that they put the process down of what you are supposed to do. Even if you have done that thing a million times, they still write it down for you to follow. If you enter a big restaurant, the taste of their food does not change. It is the same day in, day out. Why? There is a process that has been written. It has been documented. So even if a new person comes into the company, they can pick up that document and replicate the result. So the question is, do I have the right structure to take other people's money? Do I have the right structure? You need to know that. Now, if you have the right structure in place, the right process documented, other people's money would come. Now, as you begin to make the money, as you begin to take these people's money, what is going to happen to you as a person? Remember, I said in stage one, you were suffering, you were tired, you were hungry, people were mocking you. In stage two, you are no longer hungry, but you do not have peace. Why? You have other people's money in your care. But there is a third level that is better, because as you begin to make this money, as you begin to duplicate results, you are making money for people. Next is financial institutions will come. See, there is a difference between going to a financial institute to ask for money and them coming to you. And at this point, when they come to you, the only reason they will come, remember, you already have structure in place. Your processes are locked down. The reason they will come is your company has the capacity for accelerated growth, meaning your company can grow very fast once money comes in. And the only way you can grow very fast and accelerated growth is in your stage two, as you have built processes, as you have built in structures, you took time to start multiplying yourself as a CEO. You took time to start building people, because when the big money comes, if you have not built people, the business will collapse. That is not the time to hire experts that you have not built, because they may know what to do, but they do not understand your company culture. And if they do not understand your company culture, the business will run into issues. So in stage three, financial institute would come. This is when banks will offer you 100, 200, a billion naira loan. This is where pension funds will say they want to invest in you. This is when cooperatives will say they want to give you money. This is so sorry about that. So you need to have important. When these people are giving you funds, they are not giving you funds in the name of to give me 20 naira. In accelerated growth, they believe that if we give you 100 million, 200 million, 500 million, you can run very fast, which means you already have the vision. You already have that thing written down that, okay, If I get this amount, I can jump from here to here. A perfect example in Nigeria is Flutterwave. When they had the opportunity to sell out and make more money, the vision was already there. The structure was there. The people were there. It was easy for them to grow fast. Am I making any sense? It was easy. Another example I can think of, let's look at an example that happened recently. I know there is Flutterwave. I don't want to use us as an example, but there are lots of companies like that. There is Cattle Foods, an agri-based company in, I think, Oshun also. Cattle Food, same thing. There is Cold Hubs. There is Eco Tutu in Lagos. These are agri companies with capacity for accelerated growth. You see, the reason is those who can give you big money. See, I am not going to lie to you. You cannot use small money to make big money. You need people to give you really good money. But you see, those that can give you really big money have other options they can invest their money in. So if your company cannot guarantee accelerated growth with a track record of results, that money will not come. I have learned over time in business that it is easier to hold 100 million naira than to owe 1 million. The man you are owing 10,000 naira will not allow you sleep. They will call you every now and then. The man you are owing 1 billion has enough to give out, he will allow you sleep. So in stage 3, the key is accelerated growth. Can I have accelerated growth? Have I developed that capacity? Have I multiplied myself in people? Because you see, in stage 3, as the CEO, your job is not managing companies. Your job is managing structures. Your job is interfacing with directors. Your job is interfacing with board of directors, interfacing with investors, interfacing with other people. At this point, you are more outside than inside. When you come, you no longer have time to check, did you put the Maggi when they were to put Maggi? Did you put pepper when you were to put pepper? No. At this point, you are now at the high level discussion. So those that you have put in management have not been trained. At the second phase, at the third phase, the company will crash. Because everything, every cracks, every crevice that we are not taking care of in stage 2, when money comes, it will blow it open. It will become wide. It will become obvious for everybody to see that, these people don't know what they are doing. These guys don't understand what they are supposed to do. So if it is not taken care of in stage 2, stage 3, it blows open. That is the third level where you have financial in Lagos, where they have the funds to invest. And these are patient capital. They are not telling you, take this money and give me returns tomorrow. No. They can give you for 5 years, for 10 years, but they just want to know there is capacity for accelerated growth. They want to know that the problem you are solving enough is big enough to matter. Because these people that have this kind of funds are not going to invest in small problem, because small problem equals small solution equals small returns. So they want a problem that is big enough, that the pie is big enough to go round. Now, there is a level better than stage 3, that is stage 4, in trying to get investors to come in. Stage 4. Now, what is stage 4? Stage 4 is when the government now backs you up. Remember, stage 3 was financial institute. Stage 4 is the government backing you up. At the level of stage 4, at this point, the CEO can afford to be stupid. The CEO can afford to make mistakes. Nothing would happen to the company. Why? At this level, if you make mistakes in your company, you are too valuable to fail in that government's time. So, should anything happen at that level, you get what is called quantitative easing, QE, where the government buys off your debt and gives you a clean slate to restart. Because at that level, if you fail, it is seen as the government failed, not even the company. A perfect example of that is, imagine if an Otedola's company should fail right now, or a Dangote's company should fail. Who do you think people would blame? Are we going to say Dangote did not know what he was doing, or we would say, Tinubu's government failed him? So that is the 4th level. But you realize that you cannot jump to the 4th level. No. Without first passing through stage 1, you need to start with your money. You need to learn the process with your money. You need to understand these little details with your money. Now, for those of us that know me, you know that I try to use scriptures at times to back up what I teach so that it's not like, oh, he's teaching about money. Can this be true? Because I know we are very religious people. One of the parts of the scriptures I love so much that I think I've seen a lot of people quote is Genesis 1, I think 28, if I'm not wrong, where he says, what's it called? And God blessed them and said, multiply, replenish, subdue, no, be fruitful, no, be fruitful, multiply, replenish, subdue, have dominion. This is what I've been trying to teach. Just that simple 5 terms. The number one is be fruitful. What does it mean, fruitful? That is for you to have results. Stage 1. You cannot make money from a place you've not borne fruit personally. You need to use your personal funds. How long will you take in stage 1? I don't know. It could be 1 year, 10 years, 100 years. I don't know. But you cannot leave it until you have borne fruit. You don't live because the leaves are green and you feel, I know I can make fruit, so let me go and take other people's money. No, 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 no. You must first be fruitful. Stage 1. You must bear fruit. See, you must bear fruit as a CEO. Don't graduate to the next level and say the leaves are green, the flowers are coming out. So what I'm trying to say is you don't leave that part of the business to start raising money, but you've not seen the results. No, no, no. You must see the results. Stage 1. Stage 2 is multiply. Like I said, as the CEO, you need to start multiplying yourself in stage 2. Because now people are coming, but you need to multiply yourself. You need to start training people. Okay, see, take for instance, look at some of the top CEOs in the world. You realize that those who are number 2, 3, 4, 5 in the companies talk like them, behave like them, have almost the same thinking like them. Why? They have replicated themselves. That is why the business can run in the direction of their vision. It's not just vision in their head. It's not just vision written. It's a culture set around it. So they have multiplied themselves. That is why you would notice that for those of us that are Christian folks, there are some pastors, younger pastors or some senior pastors that once they talk, you're like, that's the church you attend. Why? The senior guy has multiplied himself. The same thing, if you are going to run a business, you need to multiply yourself as the CEO. You are not going to always be strong. You are not always going to be available. You are going to grow too big to be everywhere. So you need those representing you in places to think like you, to talk like you, to act like you. They must have, in quotes, you in them. That is stage 2. Stage 3 is replenish. It says replenish. A lot of CEOs are training other people to the extent that they have lost everything. There is nothing new in them. You cannot be a leader that does not read. What are you leading? You must be able to take yourself out once in a while from the crowd and go and re-strategize, go and reread, go and relearn. You must replenish yourself. Take note. I mean, I remember one of my mentors, sometimes I think early this year or late last year, and he was writing he's going to go and take a certificate course. That's Dr. Tonye Cole. And I'm thinking, you are the co-founder of Sahara. Sahara is a multi-billion-dollar industry company. Why are you going back to school? Why are you relearning? It doesn't have to be a certificate course. It could be a new book you are reading. You need to keep upgrading your knowledge. Look at some of the big boys you know in the industry, in Nigeria, abroad. You notice there is a time they are in circulation, like they are everywhere. Then for some maybe months, you just see they are out of circulation. They have gone to replenish themselves. That is stage 3. They have gone to replenish themselves. Stage 4, subdue. See, this is the part a lot of people do not understand in business. Remember, in stage 2, you were, what's the word? You were multiplying yourself. You must learn to kick out those that are not loyal to your culture, that are not loyal to the vision. See, that they started with you does not mean they need to grow with you. That they started with you does not mean they need to win with you. That they believed in you does not mean they must live with you forever. The system who do not fit where you are going. because it is easier for you to kick them out than for an investor to come in and investors are not just investing in your vision, they are investing in your result, the process, the people. That is why when you go for pitch deck, they will tell you things like, who are your team? Because they understand that it is not about you, it's about everybody in the team. So if there are those in the team that are not loyal, your job is to subdue them. Your job is to take them out. Your job is to carry them out of the process, not leave them there in the name of, you are my uncle, you are my father. No, 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 no. They can be relatives, but they don't need to be part of the company. Then it is when you have multiplied, you are fruitful, you have multiplied, you have removed those who are not loyal. That is when you can have dominion, because your dominion is centered on those who you have raised are also making name, making waves, but they are loyal to you. Now you have dominion. I know a lot of us have heard the story of, oh, the sky is big enough for all of us to fly. I have been in business now for a while, and I am realizing that at the top, it is actually the space for one. It's not a space for 100 companies. It's a space for one company in a sector. The biggest online store today is Amazon. Alibaba was coming up. Go and read what happened to Alibaba and where Jack Ma is right now. It's a space for one. But you want to ensure that on your way up, while you are trying to get to the top, you are loyal to the person at the top. So that when their time at the top expires, one of you that were loyal becomes the next person at the top. You So as I round up, I want us to understand that everybody can get investor, but not every company is investor. Investors want to invest in a company that can return their money, not passion, not vision, not vibes, not sweet English language. Bottom line, can you return our money? Can we see your history of what you have done? What have you done? What have you achieved? Thank you very much for listening. Thank you. And I still have a few minutes. I pause in case of questions.
Wow. Wow. I won't even lie to you. I'm mind blown. I'm mind blown right now. It's a lot to take in. It's a lot to take in. It's a lot to take in. Can we steal some of your time further?
Yeah, that's why I stopped. I know my stop supposed to end by 3. That's why I had to say,
Actually,
okay,
your
so I
session is supposed to
can
end by
take a
3, then a
question.
question and answer for 30 minutes.
Okay.
Okay. Man, this is explosive. This is explosive. This is like Harvard course. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, okay. You know what, guys? Write questions in write your questions in the chat box, and while we're waiting for your questions, I'll just go ahead and ask Mr. Samson the first question from my heart. Then I'll read the questions that the team sent to me. Then I'll read the questions that you have prepared for him. So let's start with the very first thing on my mind. Um, you now have a multi-billion dollar brand. Um, and now, when I say multi-billion dollar, it might not be in direct revenue. It might be in terms of the corporate structure. It might be in terms of the overall vision. But it's a multi-billion dollar brand. And agriculture is something that we hear many times that you need a lot of political power to really get that large expanse of land, unless you have the money to buy it. If you don't have, and it's not even money that will buy you such land. You need political power. You need people in government and all of those things. Um, Pivoting into agriculture, how did you get through the struggles of all of the political hassles, and what stages specifically did you go through that led to where Soilless Farm Lab is now? Let's start with that.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yes, you are right. And you need to be loyal. When I was talking, I talked about loyalty. you need to be loyal. See, you must have mentors that you are loyal to. The mentors that you are loyal to are the people that will open doors for you. It's that simple. You are not big enough to open doors for yourself, like you rightly said. So I remember when I started, I realized that I need to be under people. And this is where a lot of young people like myself make mistakes. They feel that because they have the vision, they have everything figured out, everything will work for them. No, there is a place of the gift of men where men becomes the people that open doors for you. It's that simple. Yes, it's the gift of men. So how did I get here? Men, I have served people. And let me talk about loyalty. Let me divert a bit if you don't mind and talk about loyalty. You are not loyal to the person till you make it. You are loyal to the person even after you have made it. You can even become bigger than them, but you are still loyal to them. Even if the person you are loyal to is running after you to kill you, you are still loyal. That is the power of loyalty. You see, once you are loyal, that is the person that begins to open doors for you to say, okay, this is where the opportunity lies, this is where this is where that is. So the key to my success, like I always tell people around me, I am not the best farmer in Nigeria. I mean, I didn't study agriculture in university. So obviously I cannot be the best detailed farmer in Nigeria. But what I have is loyalty. And you don't need to be loyal to the big man first. You can be loyal to the next person above you. In your loyalty to the next person above you, that person will bring you to a new gathering that is higher than you. In that new gathering, you can only be loyal to the person you were loyal to is loyal to. So if the person I am loyal to is loyal to John, I cannot go and find mentor in Jide. I must maintain that line. And everything that comes to me through John, I must get immediate mentor. No. And two, I must understand that as the blessing and the open door comes, they own the glory. The glory is not my own. So we must be careful in taking the glory of our mentors. So as the glory comes, push it to the mentors. Like I always tell people, what do you want? You want to make money. Your mentors are not looking for you to make money. They are looking for the glory to come back to them. So you hear me say things like, I thank my Baba Obasanjo. Why? That is the mentor. I thank my Don Shola Adebumi. That is the mentor. I thank Mr. Steve Okele. That is the mentor. You cannot take their glory and expect their open doors. No, you must push it back to them. When you do that, your name starts going to places you did not even know existed. Then opportunities begins to open. I'll give a simple analogy. A lot of us study in Nigerian university, and you remember that there was that person you will always call Mumu that goes to buy food for HOD, that goes to buy food for Dean while you were reading. They came out with 2-1, you came out with 2-2. Their loyalty brought them 2-1. Your whole reading and sleeping in the library gave you 2-2. Who gets sense pass at the end of the day? So you must also understand that loyalty is service. Service is a fine word. Loyalty is slavery. You will slave for them. You will serve them. Your money is not in the hand of your mentors. It is your breakthrough, your opportunities, the wisdom that is in their hands. So your mentors are not the ones that will make you rich. They are the ones that will bring you to the place where wealth will come. Hope that answers the question. So yeah, that's how we grew.
Wow. I'm short of words, man. So first of all, I want to let you know that what you're saying is yeah, Abayomi just said it is way beyond agriculture. The template is applicable everywhere in life. Everywhere in life. Is bringing back memories of how I got here. I mean, after now, I'll make sure I'll tell the team to reach out to you on Instagram. Um, or no, I'll reach out to you on WhatsApp so we can even discuss, right? I'll share with you in depth on my journey, all right? My journey into all of this. This is way beyond one man's intellect. This is involvement of people that are serving selflessly. And now, no one will serve selflessly without having in mind what is in it for them. Many people challenge right now is the people that are working with them see financial reward as what is in it for them. But I'm grateful to God and fortunate enough to have my team members seeing the accomplishment of the vision that God gave me as what is in it for them. Imagine a man saying, my benefit is that this vision is accomplished. That is what is in it for them. And they have agreed to allow that be what pushes them through. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying. So far, that has been even my own journey. And then you saying this is sort of like reiterating to me, sort of helping me recomprehend my journey. I'm taking time to reflect on my process so far and looking at how it connects to where I am and where I am going. Thank you, man. Thank you. So first of all, I don't want to take your time. I'll read the question that the team has written down here. There are three questions here. The first is, where is Soilless Farm Lab in 5 years from now?
Awesome. I guess that question about now we're going to be focused now. And for us, we want to be at the point where we are the Costco of Africa. Now, for that to make sense, you realize that if I have to mention some of the biggest brands in Nigeria, you will hear things like ShopRite, I don't know about their name, Palm, something, something, and all of that. None of these brands are Nigerian brands. No. But we want to have something that is a Nigerian brand, but has that international standing and recognition. That is number one. And we want to ensure that we are not just a Nigerian brand, but we are a brand that is celebrated across West Africa. Celebrated across West Africa. This is what we want to do. That excellence that is known with the likes of Costco, we want to have that. Number three is we also want to ensure that our indigenous produce are at the forefront of what we are pushing. I mean, it's an anathema that you can go to ShopRite and buy apple all year round. In short, ShopRite is too much. You can buy apple on the street all year round at almost the same price, except the price of where should change. But we cannot buy maize that is Nigerian produced all year round. Come on, what are we doing? So we need to have our indigenous produce available year round, first for us as Nigerians. Much more than that, we need our produce to be celebrated. And how will they be celebrated? We need to repackage them in a way that they can walk to the king's table and be accepted. That is where we want to be.
Wow, thank you very much for that. That's powerful, and that leads me to the next question. And funny enough, you even led me there. The next question here says, looking at the current situation of Nigeria's economy, inflation and cost of production, how do you want to cause a change?
How do we
That's
want
both as
to
an individual and as the CEO of Soilless Farm Lab.
sorry, how do we want to your voice broke a bit?
Okay, so looking at the situation of Nigeria so far, the economical challenges and all of those, how do you, as Samson Ogbole and as farmer Samson Ogbole, want to cause a change? How do you want to help the situation? How do you want to salvage the situation and cause, real economic progress throughout?
All right. So first and foremost is we have young people that we train on the farm for free. And the first thing I need all of us to understand is the problem of Nigeria is our problem. We are the problem. There is nothing spiritual wrong with us. There is no Satan pursuing us. My proof of that is those that said they had demonic attacks in Nigeria that they could not make it. When they suddenly jackpot, they are making it abroad. Is it that demons cannot fly? So we were taught that demons move spiritually. So is it that they don't know how to get abroad? So it means it's not first and foremost a demonic problem as much as it's a mental state problem. We need to start accepting that this is our problem, not this is their problem or this. No, no, no. This is our problem. We need to understand that it's my job to ensure that I don't hand over that same country to my own children. Yes, what was passed down to us may not have been good, but I have the power to be the bridge that determines what flows through me to them. And in doing this, it means that number one, I have to become a disciplined citizen. A disciplined citizen. How do I mean discipline? I need to separate what is, because we are talking about monies. We are still on money. I need to start separating good and bad. I need to separate those two. Sorry, life and death. Let me start from there. I need to separate life and every money that I spend. What is life and death? Any money that I am going to spend on things that those things cannot bring back the money I spent on them is debt. So before I spend money, I need to be disciplined. Somebody will be wondering, why am I talking about money? Because the time I spend many a time is about getting money. So if I can discipline myself on how I spend money, by default, I would discipline myself on how I spend my time. That is number one. So I need to discipline myself and differentiate life and death. Number two, I have separated into life and death. So I have death on one corner, I have life on this corner. Under the things that fall under life, I need to separate them again into good and evil. You see, because a lot of people assume that everything that has life is good. But no, there can be good and there can be evil. Again, permit me to use the scriptures. Somewhere in the Bible, it talks about the fact that he said, do not eat of that tree because that is the knowledge of good and evil. We know that that tree could not have been bad because everything that God created in Genesis chapter 1 was called it was good, it was good, it was good. But still in the garden, there was good and there was evil. That was why somewhere in Jeremiah we say, the thoughts I have towards you are the thoughts of good and not of evil. So in money, there is good and there is evil. What is evil? Anything. So when we say something is evil, it does not mean what I am spending on is bad. It means that what I am spending on is not good for the place I am going. Take, for instance, is it a bad thing to spend money on Asoebi? No. But is it a good thing to spend money on Asoebi when that is the last money on me? No. That is evil. So the Asoebi is not bad, but based on the journey that I am taking, it can be evil. So it is my intention to teach young people first, what are the evil things that we spend money on? The number one is our appetite, our stomach. A statistics came out earlier this year that Nigerians spend over 50% of their income on food. That is too much. That is too much. It means you spend half of your life working to eat. Baba, that is too much. So you spend half of your life trying to feed your stomach to go and shit. That is too much energy wasted on evil. How do you know the poor versus the rich? When the rich man is eating, he takes 2 slices of bread and he is fine. Have you seen the poor man eating? The Eba is very big, talking to the Eba mountain before Zerubbabel. That is too much. So the poor guy, the average Nigerian, needs to learn how to discipline their appetites. The way I always put it is, if every time your money enters your account, the place you eat changes, it's a sign of indiscipline. and a journey to poverty. That they just paid you 1 million today. All the eateries on your street now knows your name because money entered today is indiscipline. That money is evil. Number two is accommodation or shelter. When I say shelter, I'm not just talking about the house. I'm talking about everything that we use as a cover up. Take, for instance, when somebody comes to meet me and say, Farmer Sam, I need money to start a business. And I'm like, how much do you need? It's like, I need like 500K. And you're using iPhone 12. Baba, it is sense you don't have. You have your investment in your palm. Because what are those things spending money on? That yes, they are not bad, but they are evil. Why? So you are a young person. I'll give you an example. What is that thing that has told young people that it is okay to just carry Uber instead of using bus just because you want to package? Package for who? Why are you pretending to be rich when you can just walk as you are until you make it and actually be rich? So those who are supposed to be your helper are now looking up to you as the one to help them just because you want to package. What is the thing about buying a DSTV when a Go TV will suffice? Who even says you must watch the TV? Because these are some of the things. Because you hear a lot of people, when you say, oh, things are bad, put your money here, they tell you, I don't have money. But you have money you are putting in things that don't matter. There are some people probably that are watching this right now that somebody is telling you to leave your parents' house to go and rent. The question is, can you maintain that rented apartment? You just want to look like you have arrived, but you know in your heart of heart you should still be living with your parents. Baba, stay back. Stay at home. You are in a, thank you, my brother. You don't even need to buy a TV if you can't afford it yet. And they will come and they laugh at you. Then it's their mouth. Let them laugh. You see, why is it that it is easy to go abroad and succeed but hard to succeed in Nigeria? Because when Nigerians get abroad, they are willing to accept the shame. It's that simple. They are willing to accept the shame and do any kind of job. You will see a Nigerian packing gutter. You will see a Nigerian doing home care. But in Nigeria, their certificate has made them too big. And you are wondering why poverty exists. So we need to get to that point as Nigerians if we are going to change to say we need to bring back value. We need to bring back the work ethics. These are the things we are trying to do. Can we make people understand that work is work? If you study the scripture, you realize that Bible says God bless them. And he told them, be fruitful. This is work, 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 work. It was in Genesis chapter 2 that man sinned, meaning work came before sin. So if we are going to change the status quo, we need to bring back work. Make people understand that work is not a repercussion for sin. Work is God's design. That is why he said, he who does not work should not eat. And we know that for you to eat is what you need to survive. So what God was saying in simple terms is the man that does not work should die. So what qualifies you to live is work. So we need to change about work. There is dignity in work. All of us cannot be doctors, we cannot be engineers, we cannot be pilots, but you need to be busy. We need to get our hands doing something. And this is what we are trying to change. When we have people around us on the farm, it's a question of what can you do with your hands? You must work. Thank you so much. I think I've overspoken. Thank you so much. Then if you can hear me. Hello. Please confirm if anybody can still hear me. Can you still hear me? I'm not sure. Okay, I'm waiting for the next question. If you can hear me, I'm trying to see. Okay, you can hear me. I'm not sure if but I think if you probably can type your question, I can answer before I leave. Yeah, you can please type your question if you can still hear me. Uh, any question you might have before I log out. I have my next meeting already waiting. I'm waiting if there is a next question. Yeah, please, you can just ask your questions instead. If there are questions, if none, I can sign out and thank you for listening. Yeah, once you have the right process in place, money would come in. So money is not, it's not a question of if there is money, it's a question of do you have your process documented. How can you get mentored, Mr. Ayo? I need to understand what you do and all. I am not one of those that believe in mentorship from afar. I need to be able to see what you are doing because mentorship, like I said, is service vis-a-vis accountability. Vis-a-vis accountability. So the two must go hand in hand. You can also take water. Vis-a-vis accountability, they must go hand in hand. If there's any other question, thank you, Indami Vicent. You cannot skip a step to jump to the next. It's not possible. You can't skip. Okay, in the absence of other questions, thank you. Thank you, everyone, for joining Grace and Mercy from Redemption Camp and every other person. Ayo's Journey to Wealth, Vincent Demilade. Thank you so much. It's been an honor getting to share time with you. I
Yes,
think
sir. Oh wow. So sorry, man. So sorry. I had to quickly sort out something. Man, and my network has been really laggy.
I think his network is bad. Thank you so much. Yes, use your money to start your business. If you don't have money, leverage on what we call foolish funds. Foolish funds can be funds from your family, your people that are not borrowing you. They just believe in you and say, take it back. Well, not low. You can start with all of that, but you don't want to use borrowed money so that you make the mistake. You're able to document your process. They can call you names. It is fine. It is fine. It's part of the process. The names you are called is part of the process. As you get bigger, those that we call you name will change, but they will call you names all your life as long as you're in entrepreneurship. Thank you very much. If the capital should crash, you restart. You restart. If the capital should crash, you restart. You learn from it. It might mean you working for somebody else. It might mean you business. So big businesses make mistakes too. I mean, take for instance, I think every new thing that you try will work. Businesses try new things at times and it fails. But you restart, but you don't restart by borrowing money. Now, when we say start with your resources, it's not always money. At times there are, so the problem with small business is you want to pay for everything. The wisdom of a big business is they have differentiated money into three forms. One, what I can get for free. Two, what I can pay for later. Three, what I absolutely need to pay for now. There are things you can get for free. I've seen a lot of people trying to start businesses and they say they are going to rent a shop. I'm like, why are you renting an office? What happened to starting where you are? And you hear stories like people will not think I'm big enough for them to come to my house. So you can start, there are things you can start with for free. You just need to beg and accept the shame. There are people you can beg that you pay them later and you get some things so that you are not spending money on everything. As a matter of fact, when people come to me with business plan and they are like, they want to start a business, but they've not done anything before. And I mean, somebody met my wife recently and said they want her to beg me that I should come and invest in their business. And she asked how much. They said, come and invest 100 million naira. And when they told me, I said, the business will fail. And my wife was like, why would you say business will fail? You don't even know what they want to do. I said, simple. You have not done anything with your money. And you want me to throw 100 million naira. You do you know what 100 million is? See, there are some monies you ask for that shows that you don't know what you are doing. Once the money enters your account, all your visions will scatter. I remember years back, they were asking, I think the US Senate, or what they call them, sued Mark Zuckerberg. And while they were discussing, they were asking him that they realized that a lot of businesses, like his businesses, when they come up, they die over time. And they asked him, how is he doing it? And he laughed and he said, what he simply does is when people come to him and he sees their business is good, he gives them more money than they need. And once they get that money, they lose control. See, right now, think of the business that you are doing. If somebody comes to give you 10 billion naira, what will happen to your business? See, in raising money, you must also understand that not every opportunity is your opportunity. There are some monies that will make you lose vision. Don't run after every open door. Some doors are not your own. Hope that makes sense.
So that's you have broken tables, oh. You have broken people's tables. A lot of people. I'm also on the table right now. If $100 million enter my account now, hey, I feel just first take like 3 weeks break. Make I go think about my life. I'll come back to my business. Let me think about my life. Oh my god. No, well, not 100 million, maybe 500 million and above. But well, 100 is a lot too. I'll not lie, you. 100 is a lot too. So I understand what you're saying. I really understand what you're saying. Epsiba said he has a question. Epsiba Elegbele, please type your question, please, so we can allow our king to have like his own personal time too, because he's been with us now for a long time, and we don't want to take all of his time. So please just go ahead, type your questions, and we'll respond to it quickly. Please go ahead and type your questions, please. He has answered many of these questions I'm seeing in the comment section. Oh. I'm seeing how can we find mentor. He has answered that question already. He said find what you're doing, know what you're doing, and from there you're gonna get someone that is willing to partner with you. Maybe the person will link you up with his mentor, or the person will show you his mentor, or you might even find a mentor as you're working on something, and then from there you get a quantum leap. You get a quantum leap. Um, Please go ahead and speak, please.
Yep, sorry. So if I may, on how do we find mentors? So let me answer it this way. I remember while I was doing my course with Harvard, we were having a discussion in class, and our prof asked a question. He said, why is it that those that attend Harvard, most of the time they make it in life? You were coming up with very sweet answers, and the man laughed and he said, it's simple. Harvard only gives admission to people that are already on their way to making it. They just put their stamp of authority on you. The same way, mentors are the ones that will find you. You be diligent in what you are doing. They will pick you up. Nobody is looking for who to motivate. They're looking for people that are already motivated, already doing well, already figuring things out. So even if all you are doing in that office is sweeping, sweep well. There is somebody looking out for you. A perfect example I like to use is David. We all know the story of David. You would have thought that after David was anointed in his father's house, that he will go from there straight to the palace. But the reality was, after he was anointed, he went back to the bush to be guiding sheep and all of that. But notice that when it was time for him to go to the palace, the king had issues, and the king said, I need somebody that can play music for me. And if you notice, somebody said, there is a guy I know in the bush that is good at playing flute. The question is, who was David playing music for? David was playing music for animals. So what if David was playing the music wrong? Because the animals could not say well done. They could not celebrate him. But yet he was doing it well. So mentors connect with you. You don't find mentors. You should check for other drinks. If you've made mistake, restart from where your mistake ended. Almost done. I'm done. So we'll have to go now. I will have to go. If they were not properly grounded and they went collecting people's funds, all you need to do is go back and apologize. The people you collected funds from have the right to shout on you. Don't take away their right to shout. It is their right to insult you, to shout on you because you misled them. Be honest with your dealings and restart from scratch. Then give them a process on how you are going to pay back their money. Don't expect, and when I beg them, they will say they will forgive me because they are Christians. No. Apologize, write out a plan on how you will pay their money, and live in your means. You cannot be living large and be begging them that they should please give you time. No, now. There are parties you cannot attend, even if they invited you for free, because those parties shows you have money, so don't go. Suffer till you have paid them their money.
Wow. Thank you very much, sir.
I have to go now. Thank you so
I don't want to
much.
delay you. I don't want to delay you. We really, really appreciate your time. And we'll look for another time. If not via this platform, we'll look for another time to have you with us. Thank you very much. Oh my God. Guys, that's a lot. That's a lot to take in. I'll not even lie to you guys. That's a whole, like, he gave us the entire Harvard course in an hour. A whole Harvard course in an hour. And I'm really grateful that he agreed to be a speaker on this. I'm really grateful that he agreed. When the team reached out to him, I made sure I didn't do most of the reaching out for the virtual speakers. The physical speakers, yeah, I tried to be more involved in those. But the virtual speakers, thank God the team did a great job. I only gave recommendations. Okay, so in this industry, I would like this person. I gave it like 3-4 recommendations, and he agreed. He agreed. Guys, I want to write thank you so much, sir, in the chat box. Go ahead and do that. Thank you so much, sir. Write it in the chat box. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Actually, our last speaker for the day, that's going to, you know the way it was in the garden, not garden rather, when Jesus turned water to wine, that they served the best at the last. That's what's going to happen right here. The last speaker is with us. We're not going on no break, man. We're not going on no break. We're not going on no break. All right? We're not going on no break. This is raw. If you want to learn, come back and rewatch all of this. I am going to come back and rewatch all this. I'm telling you the truth. I'm going to come back and rewatch all of this. So don't think maybe I'm telling you to do what me I will not do. You guys know me. If I say I'm going to do something, I'm going to do it. Someone says, please, let's have this session monthly. We can't. Reason being that it's supposed to be annually. However, I would ensure that we bring him up and bring other lovely speakers up, both for virtual sessions and physical sessions, even if it's not Lagos Money Week. All right, even if it's what, even if it's not Lagos Money Week, I would ensure that we have these people with us consistently. We have Captain TK with us right here, and without taking so much time, I'll just tell you a little bit about her. So, Captain TK, she is the very first commercial airline pilot that is also a lawyer in Nigeria as we speak. All right, so and she's practicing in both of them together simultaneously. At least to the best of my knowledge, she's doing both of them simultaneously. I remember the time we reached out to her. The teams, I'm just telling you what they told me, right? So they were like, she was just getting off a flight. I'm like, oh wow. She's actually practicing. She's not just snapping Instagram pictures and showing it so that we'll think maybe she's practicing what she's doing, but she's actually practicing. Captain TK, I know you're with us. Just please open your camera. Then I add you to the call real quick. Ah, look at that beautiful face. Oh my God, look at that. Guys, I don't want to show you this beauty I'm seeing right now. Jeez. Oh, well, I'm not going to show you guys. What you guys are going to do right now is we are ready. If I see we are ready from 20 people, I'll bring her up. If it's not 20, I'm not bringing her up. So if it's not at 20, copy the link, send it out, let people join us. And when people join us, we're going to have her start. She's not going to start until you guys show that we are ready to receive her. I'll make sure she does not start. So write we are ready. Go ahead and write we are ready. Go ahead and write we are ready. If I see we are ready 20 times, then I'll bring her up. If not, I'm not bringing her. I'm not bringing her. So everybody's asking, those that have started and even long gone in their errors, how do they come back on track? I remember he made mention of apologizing to those you have hurt. Then another thing that would really help, I hope that Captain TK can help us brush on that before she goes into our own session. But another thing I will tell you that will help, because I was also deep in my error. All right, I had to make sure I find a way to get consistent cash flow. If it is money you are owing them, find a way to get consistent cash flow by leveraging on resources around you. You have to go the extra mile this time around. No more waiting for when the good trade comes if you're a trader, or waiting for when you are able to figure things out, irrespective of your industry. Right now, you have to go way and beyond your industry. You have to dig deep. You have to speak with people. You have to try out other things. And when you're trying out other things, but it has to still be in the aspect of your field, like in that same line of field. You have to try out other things within. So if you're a shoemaker now, start making leather bags, start making leather wristwatches, start making leather belts, do other things within that field, within that niche, and gradually you will get endorsements. And pray, oh my guys, you have to. This is not a church program, but I'm telling you the truth. You guys pray, oh, hey God, oh. You guys have to pray. If you guys pray so much, God will sort you out. I'm telling you the truth. See, I'm a product of prayer. You have to pray. If you pray so much, God will actually help you out. I'm not saying your success is only on prayers, but spend time actually praying. God will sort you out. I can promise you. So before I unmute her, let's count the we are ready. If it's not 20 yet, I'll take a picture away. I mean, you are seeing her, so it's not like I'm lying to you. She's here with us. If it's not 20 yet, then she's not starting. Let's start. Okay, let's start counting. We are ready 1. We are ready 2. We are ready 3. We are ready 4. Some people are typing we are ready multiple times. We are ready 5. We are ready 6. We are ready 7. We are ready. These people have they typed before. We are ready 8. We are ready 9. We are ready 10. We are ready 11. We are ready 12. We are ready 13. We are ready 14. We are ready 15. Oh my God, we are ready so much. Captain TK, please go ahead and have the stage. Please go ahead and now have the stage. Just
Hello,
click your mute button.
everybody. The energy is giving. I'm here for the energy. Energy all the way.
Welcome
You guys
to
are hot.
the energy room.
Energy room. Thank you so much, everyone, and thank you so much for having me here. It's such a great pleasure. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on where you are. I have my slides here. This is very short notice. You guys will pardon me. In between all of these, I'll have to be looking back and forth to see what I have written down. But can you guys hear me? Let me know if you can hear me in the. We are ready. I am ready to. Oh, yeah. And before I start, I just wanted to quickly touch on what was mentioned if you're far gone in your errors. So, the thing about error, it depends on what you quantify as error. Is it like a financial or a character error? And thing about life is like it's a school. If you don't pass the examination at the stage you are in, you can never move forward. And nobody, God is not going to, or life, let me use life, God and life is not going to, you know how they can use another person's results to pass somebody else? Your own life in journey, it is your own examination, how you pass it and write it, that you're going to move to the next level, whether it's in your business, it's in your career, whatever the case may be. So the most important thing is identifying that you have made an error. Once you identify that, now you start self-seeking and self-acknowledging. I have made this error. What is the solution, and what can I do about it within what I have? Like our host rightfully said, if it is a financial thing, if you need to reach out to these people and start paying them in bits, do so. If it's a character flaw, okay, well, how can I improve on my communication and my self-expression? So look inward and just assess the situation and see how, ask people, be humble. That's one thing I always do. I would look out for people who are in my circle who know better than I do, ask them, and then definitely, you can hear me loud and clear. Thank you so much. Good afternoon. So ask them for suggestions, and then you'll probably get the answers as well. Hello, everybody. I'm seeing your comments coming in. So happy to be here on this afternoon over here in Lagos, Nigeria. So quickly, I'll just go right into it. Thank you so much again for this opportunity. I would be discussing getting into the aviation industry and growing big. My name again is Atinike Stanley Pepple. My Instagram name is Captain TK. And I'm super honored to speak to everybody here. I want to start first with this quote that says, "The sky is the starting point in the aviation industry." You know how everybody's always saying the sky is the limit. For the aviation industry, it is the starting point because that is where the majority of the, movements and course of exercises go on. So the sky is the starting point. So I'll just quickly introduce myself. My name is Atinike Stanley Pepple. I am married. I currently fly for one of the airlines in Nigeria, and I fly the Boeing 737 Classic. And I have a background in law. So I did study law. I was called into the Nigerian Bar Association, and then I joined the airlines in 2018. I have a couple of over 1,000 hours on the aircraft that I currently fly. And my official ranking is a first officer. So we have different, rankings. And where I currently rank is a first officer. Now, I'm also very passionate about helping the youths achieve their life's purpose. And that's one of the reasons why I'm super excited when I get opportunities like this to speak. I'm super honored again, like I rightfully said. I Oh, and it's just not in here. Oh, okay, no problems, Hepzibah, no problems. So what was I saying? Yes. I am very passionate about helping the youth achieve their life's mission. And I do that through one of my courses on Instagram called Monetize Your Talents, where I help youths identify their natural gifts and talents and then make money through doing it. So what I do is not restricted to flying in the skies. I also am passionate about helping the youth fly from whatever current positions they're in to where they need to be. Okay, so I'm going to start with the importance of aviation. And then if you have any questions, I hope I get them at the time you post them. But then I would just, answer them as I can. So the aviation industry is very, very important, and it's beyond just the pilots and the cabin crew, who are the people that we all tend to see. We all see the pilots in their uniforms, and the cabin crews as well. But there's so much more that the aviation industry has to offer than that. And it's very important because it does make seamless transportation of goods and services in the fastest way possible right now from place to place. So for example, if we didn't have the aviation industry in COVID, all the relief items that we needed to get from one place to the other, we wouldn't have been able to do that. I probably wouldn't be in the job if I'm in, if the aviation industry did not exist. So it is a very, very important industry. Another thing I want to say is that you can join the aviation industry at any age. So the truth is that you can start your training from secondary school, yes. So you don't even have to have a degree. You don't need to have a master's. You don't have to go into uni to become a pilot. You can actually, from secondary school, go into flying school, get your license, and if you get a job, you are qualified to fly. But there's an age restriction to when you are given the license, not when you start your training. So the next thing I would quickly discuss is the steps to enter the industry. So the first thing I would highly recommend is that you do your research, right? We're discussing getting into the aviation industry and growing big, right? There's so many people in the industry. So I'm focusing today on entering the industry one and then growing big, because you don't want to just be in the industry and not have your own mark. You want to go there and go big or go home. That's my energy. So you want to do your research, like I rightfully said. There's so many things. So from the fuelers, the pilots are not the ones that fuel. They may oversee what is going on when the fuel tankers come, but there's the fueling process. There's the dispatch process. The dispatchers help us to prepare our documents, make sure that our flight routes are planned. The paperwork that we need to go for that flight, they dispatch that to us. We also have the ground handlers who help us to handle the cargo. There's customer service, there's ticketing, there's so much. Like the aviation industry, there's even the air traffic control unit. So on the 20th, that was a couple of days ago, it was World ATC Day, and on the World ATC Day, we celebrated having women in majority of the stations in Nigeria who were behind the control. So what are the air traffic controllers? They are the people that give us the clearances that we get. So we have different clearances. So when we're like taxiing, right, or when we're airborne, going from one place to the other, there are people that communicate with us and tell us, the instructions that we're supposed to follow. If not, we'll have a lot of collisions and accidents. We can't see them, but they can't see us. Go big or go home. Yes, so that's the energy. So they can't see us, we can't see them, but we can hear them on the radios, and they give us instructions. So they can give us clearances to taxi behind another aircraft. Like obviously at the airport you see different aircraft, so they are the ones that give us instructions. Same thing in the air. If not, all of us will just be having like Lagos traffic in the air. But because we have air traffic controllers and there's a radar, they have a screen where they can see each one of us. So they give us instructions on what altitudes to stay, what directions. If they perceive like a collision, they can guide us and say, okay, turn left at this point, turn right at this point. So the aviation industry is way bigger than just the pilots and the cabin crew. So the first thing you do is do your research. Okay, what part of the industry are you interested in? Do you want to be a pilot? Do you want to be a cabin crew? Do you want to be a dispatcher? Do you want to be an aviation medical? So there are people who are in the medical industry, but they want to be in the aviation aspect of it. So there's that. We have doctors and nurses in the industry, where we always do like our checks, medical checks every 6 months. And in those 6 months, they are licensed aviation medical experts. You're entering the industry. I can't wait to have you. So yes, we have experts. If you can't become a servant, you can't be successful. That's a deep one. Thank you so much, Friday, for that statement. So we have medical experts who take different tests at different points in times, because we need a valid medical certificate to have on our license to qualify us to go from one place to another, because you want to limit the incidents and accidents of pilot incapacitation. So pilot incapacitation will be a situation where you're airborne, the pilot maybe has a heart attack, a stroke, or fall sick, and you really don't want that. So we do have a list of checks that we do over time that qualifies us. They'll check our eyes, our hearts, how we cope under stress, and all of that. You want to contact me? Okay, I'll give you some contact information at the end of the session. So just stay till the end. So, like I rightfully said, do your research. Another thing about your research is, so a lot of people reach out to me and say, oh, I want to be a pilot, but the money is too much. I think that just like one of our speakers just said, don't wait till you have all the money to start. Obviously, the exchange rate today is not what it was when I went into flying school. So I'm not going to discredit that. But the truth is that start with what you have. I know a lot of people who are pilots today, who are captains today, that started as cabin crew. And the cabin crew training doesn't take maybe like 4 to 6 weeks, you're done. So at least you're one step in the door for the training, and it's less expensive than the aviation, the pilot training. For the pilot training, to be honest, it depends on your location of interest, where you want to do your training. So obviously, if you're doing it in Nigeria, it will be cheaper than if you're doing it in America and South Africa, because you also have to put your tickets, your accommodation, your travel costs, and other expenses, plus the exchange rate. So that's one of the things you have to do with your research. Another thing in your research is make sure that you're researching for qualified schools, like schools that are actually accredited, because there are a lot of schools that come up every single day claiming that they can do 1 or 2 trainings, and you don't want to fall into the hands of people who would, not give you the license or the qualifications you're seeking for. So make sure you do your good due diligence, do your research. Maybe you can reach out to me. I'll make my, some form of contact information available afterwards, and then we can just go from there. So like I rightfully said, now do your research and make sure you know what you're getting yourself to, what area of the aviation industry you want to get into, where do you want to do your training. So for example, as a pilot, if you want to do your training in Nigeria, the chances are the weather would be better than if you're going to somewhere like Canada, because in Canada you have to consider winter. The flying is less, especially because at the beginning of your training, you need to be as close to the ground as possible to see, not close to the ground, but there's an actual altitude that you need to be, as opposed to when you're flying commercially and you can go into IMC, which is instrument flying. At the beginning of your training, most of your training is visual before you move to the instrument level. So if you start your training at winter, you would be most likely on the ground. So, and also make sure you do a lot of studying. The industry, another thing I want to rightfully say here is that the cutoff mark for most of our exams are quite high. So the tendency that you have to like really be into your books is very high. Like I remember in the course of my training, I don't think I ever, apart from my law school exams, I don't think I had to read as much. And the reading never stops, because after your flight training, you have to do a type rating. So a type rating is another license apart from your PPL, commercial, and instrument rating, which allows you to fly a particular commercial aircraft. So the aircraft that I fly may be different from another pilot, because our type ratings are different. So I'll use a car as an example. If your type rating is on a Mercedes-Benz, you can't fly a Toyota Camry except you have a rating on that aircraft. So my company has different aircrafts. They have a Boeing 737 Classic, they have the Embraer 145, they have the E2, they have the 777. So there's so many aircrafts. So the fact that I fly the 737 does not permit me automatically to fly another aircraft except I get the rating. So what it would permit me to do is I don't have to start the training from the beginning, because I already have the basic knowledge and the license, but I would need to get the type rating, which is the same thing with cabin crew. So their own training is slightly different. It's a lot faster, but they also have to do the type rating. So a cabin crew, for example, actually can serve on like an Airbus today, and then tomorrow an Embraer 145, as long as they have a type rating. So beyond your actual initial training, you also need a type rating. So moving forward, I've just been discussing steps to enter the aviation industry. If you have any questions, hit me in the comment section. The questions I tend to see, or the comments I'm seeing, are the ones that pop up. So if I haven't answered your question and you have sent any, don't worry, I'll go into the comment section once I am done. I want to make it as nice and fast for everyone who has been here for a while. And thank you so much for being here. So the next slide here that I have says choose a specific field. It is very important that from the beginning you know where you want to be, even as a pilot. I was very specific that I wanted to be, quote unquote, like if you go on I love the place with which she reels the aircraft types. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you, Ayadeji. That's sweet of you. Does height matter? Technically, no. So do you mean does it matter as far as becoming a pilot or a cabin crew? In what specific? I think that leads me to the next slide that I have. Choose a specific field. So in choosing a field in the industry, oh, thank you so much. That's so encouraging, Bayodi. Thank you so much, Justina. Justina Bayodi, thank you so much. So choose a specific field. So like I said earlier, the aviation industry is very broad, right? If you go on my Instagram, you see celebrity pilot. And that is why I'm always posting and giving you guys, back to back and all of that on Instagram, because that is where I have chosen as a pilot to separate myself. So, for example, you see me, one of my posts went viral. I had one of our intending presidents who was, was elected to become, president of Nigeria, Mr. Peter Obi, on board. And I did a picture, made this video, and it went viral and that doesn't mean I'm the only one that has flown him. I'm sure a lot of my other pilots have, Where are you currently flying? I'm currently flying in Nigeria, Lagos. I don't know if you're asking for the location, as in the country or the airline. I wanted it to be a cabin crew, but I'm 5'2". I don't think I can. Don't worry, I'll answer that question as well. So that particular post went viral. It was all over. I do have, by the special grace of this profession, get to see a lot of people, on board, and I am intentional about taking pictures of them just to make the job fun, right? So I'll take pictures, make videos, and post it on Instagram, because as beyond just being a pilot, I've already tagged myself as celebrity pilot. So that is the thing about finding your own niche. A lot of people say, this industry is saturated, and it doesn't even matter whether you're in the aviation industry or not. In whatever industry you find yourself in, find a way to differentiate yourself. See, Agege Bread is not worried about sliced bread. Bread is not bread. Agege Bread knows his own target market, and it is there. Sliced bread, even in sliced bread, we even have sardine bread. We have raisin bread. There are so many different types of bread. So even in your industry, do you understand? Make sure that you know what is it, and how do you even know? I'm a person of prayer. I'm a Christian, and I pray for clarity back to back. And I remember in COVID, we were not flying. All of us were at home, no job, no movement. I was just at home. I'm not really used to being at home for that much. So I was like, God, what do you want me to do? And he said, go on Instagram. I said, me, Instagram. I didn't used to post. I didn't do anything. And step by step, God was giving me what to do, the courses to take, the people to follow, the people to watch. And today, it did not happen overnight, because some people saw my page when I now became over 100K, and they were like, did you buy followers? What happened? I said, I didn't buy a single follower, but there were steps, there were foundations that I had been building from instructions given directly to me by God, and I applied them, and the result was instantaneous. So it doesn't even matter what industry you're in. Pray to God for revelation. God, what do you want me to do? This place. And be honest with God. Like, God is like my G. I'll be like, God, see, what do you want me to do? This is happening. How do I single out myself here? How do you want me to prosper in this industry? And I promise you, God will give you the specific steps to take to, move to the thank you so much. The specific takes. Thank you, Mary. Thank you so much. He will definitely give you the specific steps to take to move to the next level. Another thing I want to even use this opportunity to talk about is personal development. So I know that, and it still goes back to that last question. I know that it was answered, but I know that it will also benefit somebody else, because I'm still getting this nudge to share this. So apart from being a pilot, one thing God has been very, very specific about is developing myself personally. And that is beyond just my career. It is the quality of the person, the experience that you have when you encounter me, the value that I bring to my industry, the value that I bring to the people that are associated with me. And I'm humble enough to accept where I am short, like where I'm not up to par. So a lot of people are, our generation, let me not say Gen Z, because I'm a little below Gen Z, just a little bit, but there's this entitled mentality we have, and especially when the shortcoming is in you, the chances are the God factor. Yes, so the God factor is a non-negotiable. So the chances is high when you're the one that is doing it. We always feel good. We always feel like the other person is wrong. And I had a conversation. I want to even share this. It's a little bit personal, but I feel like I already know you guys. I don't know why, but there's this connection. So I'm going to share it as if you guys are my G's. And I spoke to one of my friends who, she's like my best friend. And she's the one friend that would tell me as it is. And she said, Tineke, look inward. You can't control the other person. And I'm saying this to you guys. We cannot control the government. We cannot control our bosses, our employees, our fathers. We cannot control where we are right now. We can't control the houses we're in. We cannot control. What we can control is how we react to those things. So learn to take control of whatever situation you're in. Don't be a victim of, it's because my father, it's because my mother, I was molested. So pardon me, with all due respect, I was, abused. I was dumped. I'm broke. Somebody stole from me. Hey, somebody stole from you. Don't worry. Then that should ginger you to become an FBI, or it's as in a very good policeman, because you don't want that to happen to you again, and you don't want that to happen to somebody else. But don't let your trauma or your negative experiences now put you in one position. Decide that this position, I'm going to make it a blessing. I don't care what has happened, but I'm going to change the narrative because I am responsible for my life. I may not control what is happening to me, but how I choose to respond to it, that is in my control. So moving on. You guys should give me some energy science, fire. So I know that you guys are enjoying, ride on, ma. Thank you so much. Thank you, Favor. I'll ride on. Thank you so much. Thank you, Favor. Thank you so much. You guys are so sweet. Jesus is Lord. Father Mary, thank you so much. Yes, personal development is key. I cannot preach it enough. I cannot preach. I keep improving myself. I keep, anywhere that I see, I'm studying aerospace engineering in school, but I also want to do piloting school. Is it possible? Absolutely, Favor. Absolutely, you can do that. So, and I would talk about that. See, just how long does it take to complete the process to read 1,000 hours? To be honest with you, I don't want to jump. I don't want to jump. These questions are coming in. Let me answer this one. I'll answer the last two questions. So, to reach 1,000 hours on average in a year, you can get 1,000 hours, to be honest with you. However, the training, right? So your initial training, what you tend to finish from it's called private pilot's license, commercial pilot's license, multi-engine rating, and instrument rating. That's what you get for the beginning, like the school, the piloting school, quote unquote, right? That's what you get. That after you finish that, because there's ground school, there's exams, it's a whole process. You go solo. So solo means you are the only one in the aircraft, but don't worry, it's not the big aircrafts that you see, at the airport. It's like 2-seater, 4-seater, but you actually have to go alone. So I remember my first experience. It was very exciting. There were a lot of challenges here and there. Navigation, as in nobody's going to be in that aircraft with you. So you better know where you are going to. If you are lost, you're on your own. But make sure you don't get lost. They just want you to build that confidence that if there's anything that happens, you can do the job. Another thing is, we have situations where they teach us now, this is more advanced. It's called pilot incapacitation, where the captain will pretend that he has passed out and he's not there. And they want you to take off, come in. This is a little more advanced. So there are different exercises that they do to make sure that, God forbid, anything happens airborne, you'll be fine. I even like to talk about turbulence in this session, so that everybody's a little more comfortable, because I remember at the beginning of my training, the first experience I had with turbulence, I was just all over the place, but after the training and understanding what turbulence is, trust me, when people are jumping in the cabin, pilots are just like, okay, this is not too bad. It's just like, for us, it's like a speed bump on the road. If you can go through speed bumps on Lagos roads, you're fine in turbulence, trust me. However, turbulence does vary from intensity to intensity. And the truth is that we are trained to avoid weather, but if we can't avoid it, we'll just go through it. But I promise you, the pilots are usually very well trained. The average score, I believe, is like 70, 75, if I'm not mistaken now. So for you to pass an exam and be qualified, you must know your stuff. Like the standards are pretty high, because people's lives are immediately affected by your decisions. You know what? Let me quickly run through the slides so that I don't miss any slide quickly. So now, remember the topic was getting into the aviation industry and growing big. So now let's talk about the growth strategies. So What are your strategies? I've talked about getting into the industry, doing your research, the different areas that you can get into, the experiences of the training, how to distinguish yourself. You don't just have to be like a basic person. Our energy is what? Go big or go home. So we go big over here. Now, growth strategies. First and foremost, you need to identify what your strength is. And like I said, it's not only about the aviation industry. I know my topic is the aviation industry, but I want you to think about it even in your specific industry. You have to think about how you can capitalize on your great strength. So let me tell you something. Somebody said something about my flight yesterday, and she was like, it's as if she want me to be on her flight all the time. And I said, why? I was like, why would she say that? She said, you're super energetic, you're very happy. And I'm like, see, the truth is that I'm going to spend a majority, if not more than like the quarter of my life doing this job. The quarter of my day is at the office, for example, or maybe let me say a half of a day is at the office. I might as well enjoy it. And if the way to enjoy it is to make it, and I mean, my company is very positive. The company culture is very, keep flying with you all. Thank you so much, Talani. So the culture, right on pilot. Thank you so much. The company, oh, thank you. The company's culture is very positive. So there is no way, I would not bring that energy. They really encourage positive culture because they always we have people from all over the world. So you have to like bring your positive energy. And me, I'm all of so they teach us something called CRM. It's called crew resource management. And our greatest resource is ourselves. So if you come to the office, you come with like maybe you had a bad day at home or you had some issues, you bring your personal issues into the cockpit, it's going to affect your performance. You're going to like do things, you mix up your procedures, your flows, your radios, you're just bringing negative energy, which is not, thank you so much, Mary, which is not something you want to do. So it doesn't matter whether you're in the aviation industry. See, if I've not answered your question, please, I promise you, I'll go into the comment section and quickly run through all of them. I'm almost rounding up now. So you always want to make sure that it doesn't matter what industry you are in, you bring positive energy, like your energy, no matter, don't see, get it behind me, Satan, okay? My energy must be positive and people must experience, like I want people to remember that when they were around me they were very happy, so they're eager to have me again. I need that energy. I need to give that energy if I even want it for myself. So don't wait that that person has an attitude ahead, the person has an attitude. Let's learn how to make that person be positive. Let's learn how to give, bring out the best. And it's sometimes it's easier said than done. Some people are a little more difficult, yes, but let us try and keep asking God for the grace to, be graceful in whatever situations we find ourselves in. Energy, yes. So awesome. So another growth, I want to talk about the growth strategies, like I was saying before. Another growth strategy is invest in cutting edge technology. So the first thing I said was capitalize on your strengths. The second thing I'm saying now is invest in cutting edge technology. So me, because we already know that we are in a very digital world, so I try to give people the experience of what it's like being a pilot in Nigeria. And that is why I'm always like on my Instagram, I'm posting, I'm talking, I'm sharing, because I kind of want people to see what it's like to be a pilot in Nigeria. I see a lot of people who are outside Nigeria who are doing that, but I don't see a lot of that in Nigeria. So you identify your strengths, and that strength, find a way that it is a need in your industry, whether it's the aviation industry or otherwise. And secondly, cutting edge technology. So I know that this is a digital time. I'm posting on Instagram so that whatever the opportunities come that they're seeking for people like, the services that I offer, I've already put myself out there. Now, the third thing is to forge strategic partnerships with other businesses in other industries, in your industry and other industries. So the reason why a lot of people will tend to see me in different spaces, like this is not an aviation space, but it's Lagos Money Week and I am here. Why? Because I am partnering with the founder to share knowledge. This is not an aviation industry, like I said. So in your own way, because a lot of people, there's a lot of, negative energy with competition and all of that. We don't need to compete. We don't compete over here. We collaborate, we partner, and we agree on how it is going to be mutually beneficial. So how is this, for example, how is this presentation to you guys beneficial to me? It helped me practice public speaking. So even if I can't see you guys physically, I can feel your energy. I'm speaking to you guys, I'm giving you guys, energy, so that the day that I have to speak, or maybe United Nations table, I have practiced this. I've practiced it over and over again. So it's an opportunity for me to practice my own skill. It's another opportunity to create a slide. So I do have a slide here, which if I want to like use similar information for something else, I can rightfully do so. So it's a practice for me, and it's of an opportunity to provide value. And there is no how I am providing this value that I will not also gain from it. So sometimes what we want to receive, we should be willing to give. So the third point, remember, is forge strategic partnerships and collaborations with people in different industries. Don't stay in your industry. If you're even a food blogger, for example, I know that I'm speaking to so many amazing youths here in Lagos and beyond. Find a way to partner with a pilot safe. It will like find a way. You see, I'm qualified to be an astronaut. I don't know about that though. I don't know about that. But you can find ways to collaborate. The key word is collaborate with people and find it mutually beneficial. So me too, when I started, I wanted to start a business earlier, some time ago, and I was like, I don't have the money. And I heard the word, I had a dream, and I heard the word. I said, you don't need the capital, you need to start. I know it was mentioned here before on one of our sessions, but I'm saying it again. Just start. Do your due diligence, do your processes, create the structure, collaborate. You may not have the money, but you have the idea. Collaborate, don't compete. Exactly. Don't compete, collaborate. Collaborate with your friends. Collaborate. If you look inside your network, I promise you, there is no how you will not see. Even reach out to me. If you have a good offer, I will be willing to work with you. I would be willing to work with you. And I want to give an offer to somebody at the end of this. Actually, I'm tempted. I want to give an offer. So there will be a particular question. Liquid, and can she partner with an aviation industry? Absolutely. So you see, with this particular thing, you have to think smart. So the way I would say how she can partner is, can she reach out to so we do have I'll use my words very carefully. Every company has but I want to use the word maintenance, but people who ensure that everywhere is clean. They need constant supply of products. So look in your network. Do you know anybody in that industry that has access to that particular what do you call it, place? Go there, speak, give them samples. Be competitive. See, yes, we said collaborate, but you need to use this thing. You already know that those who are out there, they must be cutting out, maybe trying to help the company to cut costs. So maybe they will say, oh, I'll produce in bulk, I'll give you guys in bulk, and then I will cut this. So find a way to give them samples or create it as souvenir for maybe they're having, so my company is celebrating something milestone this month. Can we give you samples as gifts for, it's not gift though, you know what you are doing. Can we give you samples for, gifts for your maybe top management, blah, blah, blah. Let them experience your product and keep a relationship with the person in charge of making decisions in that industry. Christmas, create small hamper. It is, see, small. There's a way you give somebody something that the person will be like, I need to do something back for this person. And there's no how. When the opportunity comes, they will reach out to you. So you need to really think about these things very well. Yeah, you guys will. Let me be moving to the next. No problems, Mary. Please reach out. I am here for you. Another thing I want to say is you need to acquire the necessary education and training. So a lot of people, they reach out to me on Instagram and say, oh, I want to be a pilot. I say, yes. Do you know what the first step is to become, whether it's to become a pilot or to join any industry? These are the schools. So in Nigeria, for example, we have International Aviation College of Ilorin, right? The flying school. It's an actual accredited flying school where they have the aircrafts. They are licensed to train people to become pilots. That's where I did one of my trainings. Go there and make inquiries. There's Zaria, NCAT Zaria. Go there or email them. Please, I would like to take this course. Look at the options they have. I know somebody who is if I mention a person's name, you know the person. He's a pilot today. He didn't start as a pilot. I think he started as a dispatcher or something. So at least experience what you have. If you really, really want to go into this industry with what you have, start. enter the industry. At least your leg is inside, your place is, you are better off inside that what you call it, industry, than being outside. You have first hand information. So if there's anything you need, you're already there. You already know what's going on. So first thing I said, now acquire the necessary education and the training. Whatever. So after you have picked where you want to be in the industry, you go ahead and do the necessary training. Now also understand the educational pathway that is required. So for pilots, don't go and see. That's why I said research is very important. For example, don't say, they say I should go and do PPL. PPL is only one part of your license. There's PPL, private pilot's license. There is CPL, commercial pilot's license. There is multi-engine rating. There is instrument rating. There is type rating. So there are different levels. If you even do your training outside Nigeria and you want to fly in Nigeria, you will still have to come back to Nigeria, do Nigerian exams to convert your license to the license in Nigeria, because the reason why they do that is that aviation law in Nigeria is different from the aviation law in other countries. So they need to know that if they're communicating to you with regards to the laws in Nigeria, you understand. So it's not as if they're trying to be difficult per se. So after getting the required education, the training, you understand the pathway, the process that is going to take you. For the cabin crew, like I said, it's a lot faster, it's a lot easier. And I think it's about 4 to 6 weeks. There are a couple of training schools in Nigeria, in Lagos, in Abuja. You do the training, you start applying for a job. You can be 16. No, well, actually, I don't know what the age range. I think for pilots, you can be. I think you can start your training at 16, but there's a minimum age to get the actual PPO license. So each license has a minimum age. So I think the PPO, I would double check. I think it's either 18 or 21. I would double check the particular age. But to start, actually, there's technically no age, no barrier to your age. Obviously, you can't be 2 years old. You get what I mean, Sha? But you don't have to be like 40. You don't have to be 30. You don't have to have a degree in a university. Straight from secondary school, you can become a pilot. So somebody who's technically at the age of finishing secondary school or high school can go into flying school, get a job by the special grace of God after your type rating, and be in the airlines. Now let's move to the next slide. Build a strong foundation. It is very important to have a very strong foundation if you want to grow big. I did research. It's 16 to get license. Awesome. Nice one. So build a very strong foundation. And a strong foundation is very important so that no matter what happens, I was even talking about COVID. In COVID, the reason why I still stayed relevant, I think COVID was even one of the times that I was even very useful, was because I had a strong foundation in myself to an extent. And beyond the aviation industry, I had already found places that I could. So even if we're not flying today, God forbid, we have a similar experience again in the world, I found a way to get myself to be useful to people, especially on the internet. So make sure you have a strong foundation in your industry so that whatever the wind, whatever the storm that comes, you can still be valuable. You can still have a source of income coming in. Okay, I can see a question. Please, what is the employment rate like for dispatchers? To be honest with you, I think it's pretty high. I'm not going to lie. There is a constant need for dispatchers, and I know that once you get into the industry, it's a lot easier because you already built your experience. And I know that you can also do, so we have something called an on-the-job training. So I think while you're doing your training, as a part of your initial training, at the point of it, you need to go and do, it's like IT exactly, but they call it on OJT, on the job training, where you are attached to certain airlines and you get an experience. While you are there, if you have sense, give them the best. Like, try and be like the best dispatcher they've ever had, and hopefully they would retain you, but you need to give them a very good experience. So I do think, in my own honest opinion, I think that the employment rate is quite fair. Awesome, guys. To get a Nigerian student pilot certificate, you need to be at least 16 years and able to speak, understand, read, and write English. Buzz boost. Thank you very much. IOS Journey to Wealth. Thank you so much for that. Thank you so much. Awesome. So, I will be rounding up very soon so that I can answer everyone's question. So I think in conclusion, I just want to quickly use my story as an example. Like I said, let me give you a little back end. I was in secondary school and I decided I wanted to become a lawyer. I went to university in Benin University of Okada. I studied law. In my fourth year, we had like, convocation ceremonies now. They will invite like a guest speaker and all of that. So at the time, it was the Air Vice Marshal Paul DK who was speaking. And I don't know what it was, the uniform, everything. I was like, man, I want to join the Air Force. Though. I'm just feeling this energy. So I told my father at the time, I said, oh, this is what I would like to do. I was in 40, and he was like, okay, no problem. When you come home, we'll talk about it. But, law takes 5 years. So I did study my law 5 years. After the 5 years, 1 year law school. And after law school, the opportunity came again for me to become a pilot, and that is where I took that journey. And I thought that was going to be it for me, that I'll just be, taking off and landing and just moving on with my life. But God has specifically called me to help the youth. And that is why any opportunity I get to speak, I take it with my arms open wide, because all the things, in all these levels of my life, in the course of my journey, whether it's building relationships, friendships, building healthy relationships at work, studying, diversifying, understanding yourself, emotional intelligence, all of those things. There were certain challenges that I had to overcome to move to the next level. And God has called me to share that knowledge and share that information with the world, especially the youth. So when I thought law was it, or when I thought being a pilot was it, God asked me for more to deliver to the youth. And that is why I am here gladly speaking on Lagos Money Week. And I know that day one has been fire. Wait, if day one has been fire, you guys drop it in the comments. Just put some fire so that we know that Lagos Money Week is giving it to us bass boost. So while you're dropping the fire in the comments, I was giving myself as an example. So, and now today, I call myself, I can see the fire comments. I beg, you guys are like the best. You guys are the best, literally. So I call myself the celebrity pilot, because, my whole idea is to give people an experience of what it's like to be a pilot, and use that platform to reach other youths in other industries to help them achieve their goals. Now, I think I'm going to drop the mic. I'm going to drop the mic here. In conclusion, drum, 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 drum. Thank you so much, because I want to give you guys opportunity to ask me questions or go through the questions so that I can answer within the few minutes I have left. I am so, I don't think I have felt this much positivity without really seeing you guys personally, but feeling you guys in the comment section. All I discussed was getting into the aviation industry and growing big. Remember, to grow big, you need to collaborate, you need to do your proper research, you need to find your way, find your strengths, and see how you can use that unique strength. So whatever it is, whether it's just creativity in any way. Oga, you're here. Welcome back, sir. I know you have been here, but I'm seeing you now. Hey. So find a way to, in your uniqueness, share that strength. So it doesn't matter what you study. I know a lot of Nigerian youth, what we studied may not be what we're particularly doing as for work. For example, me, but I know that I still bring that to the table and add more and more and more and more and more, so that I'm highly valuable. With these few points of mine, I hope I've been able to convince you and not confuse you that the aviation industry is for you.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen, panel of judges, accurate timekeeper,
Accurate. I was a debater self in secondary school. Oh, hey,
my
I
co-debater.
used to debate. My co-debater. Hey, yes, so.
Oh wow, oh wow, oh wow. You see, one thing that stands out for me is your energy. I'm not even gonna lie to you. So
Thank you. Thank
I
you.
told my team specifically to send me screenshots of your chat because they were coming with a lot of questions. And it's fine because this is just our second year. So obviously they can't do it on their own. All right. But I try to live my life every time as someone that can take away my life or myself from my work, and my work will
Hmm,
still go on fine. I don't know if you
hmm.
understand. So
Yes.
I don't wait for the third year or fourth year to start duplicating a process. I want to form a
Hmm,
process and start duplicating from the incision. All right.
hmm,
Of course, they will be confused at some point, but let them come and
hmm,
meet me. That's why we are a team. It's not a one man job,
hmm.
and sent me screenshots. I was smiling while I was reading everything. I'm not even lying to you. I was
Oh,
smiling while I was reading. I'm like, oh wow.
oh,
I was the one that told them. I said, you know what? Request a phone number. I want to have a phone number. Let's talk.
oh.
Let's talk. So they reached out. I think they reached out to you though.
Yes, they
Yeah,
did.
and that's how we started the conversation. So I'm really grateful. I'm really grateful for your person. I'm really grateful for how much time you've put into building this person that you are now. And I want to
Mm,
assure you so much that this that is going on right now is going to go beyond here. It's going to go beyond here. We're going to bring you up on bigger stages. You are also going to get to bigger stages. I'm talking about you. Imagine what. Imagine asking yourself, what's a pilot doing in NBA for instance, or doing in FIFA World Cup, and they're inviting you
mm,
to just come and do a keynote session for 10 minutes or
mm,
20 minutes. That's who
mm.
you're going to be. That's who you're becoming,
Amen.
and the reason is because of I see your passion. I see how much you're pouring things. I'm not lying to you. I'm not here to do spiritual. But while you were speaking, I saw you on the stage in the FIFA World Cup. It was a stadium, and they were about playing football, but they told you to do a keynote session starting. And I
Mm.
just wanted to share that with you. Thank you so
Thank you so
much.
much.
Thank you
Don't make
so
me get
much.
emotional.
No, no,
I
no,
don't
it's
want
fine.
to.
Oh my god. If you
Thank
cry,
you.
our energy here will make you laugh. I
Oh
hope
yeah,
you are
I'm
aware
not
that we
crying.
are energetic. We
Very.
are so energetic. It's in our blood
And
naturally.
what? What? Energy is too
We are
good.
so energetic. They told me to do the one session, and if you observe the modality of I've been moving all around. Imagine I'm in the car and
Hmm,
I'm just moving all around because we have
hmm,
to sort out some other things. I also have other projects going on, but I must obey my team. They said, "Okay, we wanted to do the one,"
hmm.
and I'm grateful I did this because I have to stay all to the end, and I'm listening to you speak. You are bomb, like boom.
Oh,
You,
thank
you,
you.
you blew my mind. You blew my mind
Thank you
completely.
so much.
You blew my
My
mind
pleasure.
completely. There's a question
My
displayed on the screen. It says, I want to own an airport in the near future. Where should I start putting into consideration? And okay, what should I start putting into consideration? And what are the requirements and the listing I can start with? Hmm.
So I that's a very that's I did not see that question coming. However, the first thing that came to mind is owning a piece of land. So I know that compared to I did part of my training in Canada, and I think what I noticed is that they have more, I'll call it an airstrip, not an airport. So there's a difference between an airstrip and an airport. So if, for example, I have or you have Mr. Judah Ahiaba has an aircraft, you can have an airstrip at your house. You just need space and then you get the qualifications and all of that. I know that we have that more in Canada, I'm sure in America, than we do in Nigeria, because the average person in Canada and America, I won't say the average, but technically a lot of them like to fly for fun. So they will have their private pilot's license, a small aircraft that can maybe take them from New York to the next state, for example. So it would be nice to actually see it and have a lot more people who have airstrips. And the good thing about that is that if there's an emergency, more planes have options for where to land. That is really, really, really good thing, because if you have an emergency and you see an airstrip, you would want to go to that to land as opposed to just landing on the highway or in the bush or something like that. But the first thing obviously you need to have is piece of land. You also need to make inquiries from in Nigeria. I'm assuming that you're in Nigeria. If you are, the regulation is Nigerian Civil Aviation Authority. So you can either walk into their office there, located in Lagos, Ikeja, make inquiries. Oh, I'm looking into this. What do you think? Because I'm sure they will have like their regulatory bodies, what the requirements are as far as it falling into line to what the standards need to be. It's not a request I'm sure they get every day, but keep your money, keep your land, and go for it. Why not? Absolutely, go for it. Go
Nice,
for it.
nice, nice,
You're
nice,
welcome.
nice. Is it what
What
airline do you fly for now? She
airline?
has answered the question before now.
I fly
That
for
means the person was
Airpeace.
not even listening. Imagine me, I was listening.
I fly for Airpeace.
Uh,
Airpeace. Airpeace.
it says,
Oh, thank you so much.
oh wow, nice.
You're sweet. Thank
Nice.
you.
Madam, you are God sent. I agree.
Thank you,
A
Friday.
thousand
Thank
percent. She
you.
is.
Thank you.
I really don't
Thank
want
you.
this session to end. Oh.
Ah.
I hope to see you on
Thank
my
you.
next. Oh wow.
I
So
hope
like
to
this
see
now,
you
Epic now,
too.
Epic have gotten more customers. Next
Please
year,
come.
next year Lagos Money Week, APC must
Yes.
be a sponsor. I'm telling you guys the
Oh,
truth. I will write sponsorship letter. I'll tell the team they should send sponsors. If you people do not agree,
I'm
we'll
not
not
here.
bring
Oh,
we'll not bring Captain TK again.
oh,
No.
more. Hey,
So
God.
if
Oh.
there's nothing, I'll fly APC my next flight. APC is not giving me
Please
peace.
do.
Until they give me that money for sponsorship. Oh my god.
By God's grace. By
All
God's
right,
grace.
nice. I believe everybody here that started, taking flights, they must definitely have tried out. I mean, there are many common ones that people should have tried out. Epis, Eric,
Mm-hmm.
those ones are very common. People must
Mm-hmm.
have tried them out. I think there's E-bomb too and stuff.
Yes.
So boom, start making money. Wow, thank you, Ma. What aircraft are you rated on? Who is this guy?
On,
you want to carry out to okay, let her answer the question.
I'm rated on the Boeing 737 Classic. It has over, let's say, over 100 passengers. It can carry over 100 passengers. But that's the aircraft I'm currently rated on. Boeing 737 Classic.
Nice. Honestly, the only reason I'll fly Airpeace next is you, Captain. My last flight was going to be the last, but I met you.
Oh, Seabars. That is so sweet. That is so
You're a
sweet.
bad boy.
Ayodele. Oh
I
my
am
God.
you're a very, very bad boy.
Uh-uh. You know the way to a woman's
I
heart.
is the chief operations officer for Lagos Money
I
Week.
did tell you. Oh, really?
Like he is the chief operations officer. He is a
Can you
bad boy.
imagine? Can you imagine?
Oh
Oh
my
my
god.
God. Oh my
Oh my god.
God.
I know Captain
You're
TK
welcome,
free
Favor.
flights.
Free flight, wow. I'm not doing now. You'll be my mentor on my
Oh,
tourist
nice.
elevation journey.
Nice. I think she asked a
Okay.
question earlier that was not responded to. I think it's
Okay.
this.
Can I use my tourism and hospitality management degree in the So the thing about this tourism and hospitality, I almost want to ask you a question. What was your intention when you took this course? Like, what were you? Because I've seen some courses that are similar to this, and I'm not sure. I actually want to understand. I'm sorry that I'm asking you, what your intention was taking this course, tourism and hospitality, because I think hospitality refers to hotels. I'm not sure. Tourism is like travel and
Hospitality
tours.
is more of receiving people. That's the air
Okay.
hostess. I know a friend of mine that is
Mm-hmm.
a air hostess for a private jet company.
Yeah.
She studied hospitality also.
Oh, really?
Oh,
I actually don't know much about this area.
okay.
I've seen it before, but I'm not sure. If you can maybe tell me a little more about what the industry, what the degree is about, maybe it will help. But to be honest, I'm not too sure about it.
Okay. So Oniye Oluwashola Fumi, I would advise you go to her DM on Instagram. With now she already gave you an assignment. Let her know what the degree is about, more
Mm-hmm.
insight, and then that would help her give you a specific a tailored
Mm-hmm.
response. That's the best
Mm-hmm.
word. A
Yes.
tailored response for you, and I'm sure she will. Of course, it might just take a little
Okay.
time because she has a lot of messages, but she will.
I'll
She
try my
will.
best. Yeah.
How long did it take you to get the 737 rating?
The rating itself doesn't take long. I think I started my training in October. I was done. It takes maybe like 2 months, to be honest. It's a very intense training, the most intense training I've had in my life. I'm not trying to scare
More
you,
intense than
but
NYSC that they're climbing stick up and down.
uh, it's the most intense training I personally have had in my life.
Wahala, wahala,
Yes,
wahala.
but no, but the truth is that after you take it, that's why you see pilots walking as if their leg no they touch ground, because the level of training that they have to go through is quite intense, and the pass mark on average is maybe 70, 75. Like that is average. That's like 50 for us. Is 70, 75. So the standards are quite high because, of course, of the lives that are involved. But in 2 months, 8 weeks, 2 months, you should be done with your rating. That's the 7.3 rating itself. After, but that would be after you've done like your initial training for your private pilot's license, commercial license, and all of that. It doesn't take that long.
Nice.
How do we contact you? Oh, you can contact me on Instagram. Instagram at Captain TK, and LinkedIn. I think LinkedIn may be faster for you actually. At Tinker Stanley Pepper. So you know my name. Eh. I remember I was here when the game was going on. So at Tinker Stanley, and I want to give. I don't know what we should use as a guide, but I want to help somebody here. I want to offer. The person has to have like a business or a personal brand that they've started, and I will help the person to get it from where it is to maybe the desired next level. So I'll work on your Instagram page, or maybe I'll call you, have some sessions with you. But I don't know what you want to use as a qualifier for it for the people that aren't, because the people here, you guys are too much. Okay, I'll say 2 people, but I don't know what you would like to use as the guide. And if you have a product, I would do. Oh, I don't know what is. Maybe it's you guys' energy. You guys have overpriced me. I would
Let
do
me
like a free promotion for the person as well. If you have a product or a service, I would do that for you as well. But I don't know
wow,
what you want to use as. Um, I don't know what you want to use
the
to pick.
requirements
Yes,
to
for 2 people who
selection.
are live now. Yes,
Okay,
but
so
I'll
let's
do
do
that.
that right now. So,
Awesome.
what you're going to do is, you see what she said. Maybe you rewind your. I'm talking to the people live right now. You
Yes.
rewind your live stream, do a 30-second screen record of her saying that thing, and go and tag her, tag Lagos Money Week on Instagram. The first 2 people to do that will get it.
Ah, perfect. That's
Go
perfect.
ahead, post it on your Instagram, maybe as a story or
Yeah.
as a post. It doesn't really matter. Tag her,
Mm-hmm.
tag Lagos Money Week. The team, I'm sure you guys are listening to me. Tech team, please go ahead and pay attention to who is doing that. All right. So
Yeah.
the social media team will get back to us right now on the call. I'm sure they're here. Do a screen
Yes.
record, type the names of the people. The first 2 people to do that,
First two
you get
people.
it. Let's have it as a legal, as a fairground. Personally, I might have a
Yeah.
bias because I'm looking at the most active people. I've been
Me too.
seeing.
That's what I was looking at. Me too. There's some people's names
Let's
that
not
I'm like,
bias.
okay.
Some people
There's
are
some
listening,
people's
but they're
names.
not that talking type.
Yes.
So I'll
But
tell the
you
tech
have to
team.
have, yes, you have to have a personal brand or a business because that's what we'll be working with. So if you're just like posting for friends and family, that wouldn't qualify you per se. But if you have a business, you have because this is Lagos Money Week, right? We're trying to make
Mhm.
money, so there has to be a vehicle you have that you're offering a product or a service. So
Someone is
those
asking
are
my Instagram. We're not going to tell you the Instagram. So your work is to go to Lagos Money Week and look for her. I
yes,
mean, you tag that she even accepted collaboration. Go and look for
yes,
her. We're not going to tell you.
yes, absolutely, absolutely.
So while we're waiting for that, Captain, talk to me. When was the transition for you? Like, when did you believe that, okay, yeah, I got this figured out now?
Will I say? Do you mean career wise or like
Career
generally?
wise, not your
Career
Instagram
wise.
now. Career
To be
wise.
honest, I think it's been a journey. I wouldn't say because when I think I have gotten it figured out, God just comes up with something else. So it's always one thing to the other, to the other, to the other. Like I did not see myself doing like speaking or trying to impact. I've always like been passionate about it, but I didn't see the extent to which it would come. So I think the vision keeps expanding over time. I wouldn't say I have it all figured out yet. Um, but I would say 2019 was a very mention. Okay, somebody has already posted. Well, I've seen somebody's tag. Hey, hey, somebody. Okay. Yes, I would say 2019 was a very defining year for me. 2022, I feel like I fell into this role, like this. I really embodied everything. So it's been a process per time, I would say so. A process. want to see the person that has already tagged. Who is this first person? Hey, hey. I have two story mentions. Oh, hey. I think
I'm trying to wait and see what the response from the tech team will be.
will be okay.
Okay.
Hey,
But from your
Bazi.
end, if you can also tell us the names you've seen.
Okay, so the names I don't know. Huh. I've seen Fade Mary. I've seen Ayo Daniel. I'll let your tech team decide so that it doesn't look like and then I've seen David Achom, but this was an hour ago. No, it's
Yeah,
Zigo
that's my
Boy.
Instagram.
Yes, okay.
Is it Igbo boy?
So
Is that what you said?
yeah, I saw Zigo Boy.
Okay, Zik. Oh, I thought you said Igbo boy. Like I'm an
No,
Igbo
Zigo.
boy.
No, Zigo Boy. Okay, let's see. I'll let your tech team decide. So it doesn't look like I'm choosing somebody. But you guys can send me a DM. Anybody who says send me a DM on Instagram. Instagram, I will definitely respond. May take a little teeny weeny while, but I promise I'll respond. And okay, if you say you're from Lagos Money Week, I'll try and prioritize you. Exactly. Say Lagos Money Week, I'll prioritize you. Just start the message with Lagos Money Week, then say what you want to say after. So at least I see that first, and I'll respond faster. Awesome, awesome.
Yeah,
What?
everywhere
So
is
this.
so quiet. They're waiting for the first two people.
Oh, we're not seeing it live. Hey, ginger the ginger, swagger the swagger.
But what time
Um,
do you usually close from work? Do you work every day, or you have specific
that's
days
a
you work?
beautiful question. Today I'm off. Luckily, I'm off today. I just wore this uniform for you guys because you guys are special. But yeah, I'm off today. I work. So our times are very. The thing about our times is that it depends on our destinations, and so in a day we can go to 4 places or 6 places. It depends. So we call them sectors. So for example, Lagos, Abuja, Abuja, Kano, Kano back to Abuja, Abuja, Lagos. That's an example of a day, right? And that day can start by 5 a.m. and we're done by 1, 2 p.m. Sometimes we can start by 3 p.m. and be done 7 or 11 p.m. Sometimes we can start by 9 p.m. and we're done the next day by 5 a.m. So it depends. Like if I'm traveling outside Lagos to a country like outside Nigeria rather, the chances are I'll come back the next day in the morning. So the times we can it depends. It depends on where we're going to. Really. It depends. Oh, I can't hear you. Can you hear I can't hear you right now.
Oh,
Okay, I
couldn't hear
can hear you
me.
now. Now I can hear you perfectly.
Oh wow, so sorry,
Yeah, it's
so
okay.
sorry.
It's fine.
I said I just got a message on my WhatsApp saying that they already got three names. So I said two names. They are sending me three names. Sadly,
Okay.
I
It's
don't know if it's good or bad, but they sent Fadei Mary
fine.
was the
Okay.
first. Then they sent
Uh,
Judah Ahiaba was the second. Then they sent Fumi was the third.
okay. Okay, I'll take the three then. And then if they can, what do we do? So the three of them should send me a DM now on Instagram, Lagos Money with their phone numbers, and then I'll call them personally. Yeah, I'll do that.
Oh wow! Do you know? You guys
Three
don't
of
know what
you.
that means, and you're not putting energy in this
Three
chat
of
box. What's going on
you.
here? Where are my energy king? Ah,
Energy.
what's going on here? Look at that!
Energy. Oh,
Oh my God!
energy.
Because it's
Oh.
Lagos Money Week, the open way, oh, for real. I told you guys, we didn't come here to play. There's anointing on our head. That anointing is what is
Yes,
helping us
so
work. It's not our abilities alone. Oh my God! Look at that. She's gonna call you. Do you know what it means?
yes, I'll call.
You have
I'll call
a
and then
phone number. You guys
we'll
don't
go
misuse
from
this
there.
opportunity, man. You guys don't do that. Don't do that.
Call
Don't
you.
do that. Don't misuse it. Don't misuse it. Don't misuse it. Wow. Wow. Wow, wow. These guys are really graceful. I am also grateful because I mean these people are my
Thank you
people.
too.
And when I say my
Thank
people,
you so much.
many of them, I I don't even know them in person. All right, but
Hmm.
the fact that they're here, it means they prioritize whatever information you are coming to give, and they also
Hmm.
prioritize your time.
Hmm.
And you are. Oh my god, oh my god. You see what I told you guys? The best is left for the last. It was intentional. Please, you guys write thank you very much. Thank
Thank
you very much.
you.
Now, you're not
Thank
going to write
you.
captain, you're going to write celebrity pilots.
Hey,
Wait a little.
Basbo.
Oh my god. They're not
Basbo.
ready yet. They're not,
They are not ready.
you'll never see
They are
it
ah,
coming.
they never.
You guys are not ready yet. You guys are not ready.
Uh-uh.
You know what's about to hit you. Do you know what it means for someone to say, I'll give you my time and ensure I move you from where you are to where you need to be? He's going to invest that time.
I will.
Our relationships, because what happens when someone follows you is those following them can now trust you because they are because oh my god,
Mm-hmm.
and you're getting all of this on a platter. Lagos Money could not have started any other way. I tell you for a fact. I tell you for a fact. We are really
You're
graceful
welcome.
celebrity pilots. We are so
Yes,
grateful. I know
sir.
some people are not exactly happy that they were not the ones picked. But remember what I said: if God blesses your neighbor, it means He's in your neighborhood.
Mm-hmm.
I always tell you guys that if God blesses your neighbor, He's in your neighborhood. Oh. Ah, celebrity pilots. I'm grateful. I'm
Yeah,
so
thank
grateful.
God. Thank
I'm
you.
so grateful, and I'm excited about this partnership. I'm super
Hmm.
excited because I can see the future already.
Good.
Of course, it's not really clear, but I can see the future. I can
Hmm.
see the future.
Okay.
There's a question here from that Steve Dubula. Are pilots in Nigeria? Okay, are pilots in demand in Nigeria or Africa in general?
The thing is, there are pilots constantly in demand. In Nigeria, we have pilots from other countries who actually come and fly and be pilots in Nigeria. The reason why is that our requirements are like you can start your initial job as a pilot from 200 to 250 hours. In some countries like China, you need to have like I think in some other countries you need okay for example America you need to have at least over I think 1000, 1500. So most of them become instructors before they start becoming like airline pilots. So I would say there is a demand. There's also a demand in America and other places. You know, there was a dive during COVID because of obvious reasons, but the demand is increasing quite well. It is.
Thank you very much for that question. Fadi, maybe the person you just extended the hand of help to is saying she works in real estate company, but you can help. Wow, she's super grateful. She's super grateful. Ah, wow, God is in your neighborhood. Says David, your face show. Thanks to celebrity pilots. Watching all the way from South Africa, awesome stuff.
Oh,
Wow.
nice,
Wow,
nice.
nice, nice. So we have live sessions every Monday, but it's on my own personal page, and then we have
Hmm,
people joining us. Literally, and I'm not even telling you wrong figures now. We have people joining us from over 20 countries,
hmm.
um, different
That's
parts of the
good.
world. Sometimes we have more numbers, sometimes less numbers. When I checked the algorithm one day, there was a particular session. I was doing a giveaway of $2,000 there. So we had
Where was
people join
I?
us live. No, you're not there now. You have money already. You don't need 2,000 now. How much is
Amen.
2,000? I did a giveaway of 2K, and we had people join us from 40, is it 47 or 48 countries live that
Oh,
day. And that's when I
nice.
knew that Akpa is everywhere. It's not only Nigeria.
It is so. Oh,
It's everywhere. Iraq. I'm like, okay.
Jesus.
Thank you. I'm grateful. Thank you, Captain TK. Thank you, LMW. Thank you, Coach David. Oh wow. Oh wow. Wow. Changing lives. Wow. Wow. Does height matter to be a pilot? Just told you, not exactly.
Not
Not
exactly
exactly.
now.
Not exactly. You see, your greatest limiting belief can actually be your greatest strength. Depends on how you channel that energy. I tell you for a
Hmm,
fact, I'm super young, but in this space of entrepreneurship, I'm not even telling you wrong figures now. I'm super successful in this, and
hmm.
there's results to show for it. There's results to show for it, and it's not because of my efforts alone. Um, it's not because of my efforts alone. There's so much results to show for it, and
Mm,
if I looked at my age as a limiting belief, I would have not
mm,
started on what I'm doing now. All
mm,
right, I would have not started on. I've not seen people do what I'm doing right now successfully.
mm,
Many people I know that do it are people way older, Ibuka and Ushika. I mean, those way older or those that have a solid structure. All right.
mhm,
Or look at one random young 20 something year old guy saying he wants to do something. And there's every reason to doubt and say, okay, you can't do it. All right. But here
mm.
I am, and it's working out. So channel your greatest limiting belief and let it be your strength. Let it be your strength. I
Absolutely.
told you guys many times, whoever says you can't do it has not done it. That's why he's telling you you can't do it.
Period. Period.
And it's no hate. It's no hate.
No hate, no
No hate.
offense, no,
No hate
yeah, no
culture.
hate.
Just the truth. If they tell you you can't do it, they've not done it. They've
Mm-hmm.
not done it. I mean, Captain TK is a clear example. She was telling you guys earlier, or she was telling us rather, that during the COVID, she was thinking that how would she start? If someone had told her she would be celebrity pilot today, and if someone had told her that she would be the one that would stand at FIFA World Cup to give a keynote speech very soon, she would not believe. But now it's so clear in her eyes, and I'm telling you guys the truth, it's going to happen. You guys can mark it.
Mm,
You can probably take a screen record of this. It's going to
mm,
happen. All right, and that's because she has chosen to look beyond anything that might be a limiting belief. I'm
mm,
not preaching religion here. Muslim, Christian, Buddhist, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. As long as you believe, put in the right work,
mm,
get the right environment. I told you guys already, whatever is stopping you from getting to where you need to be is either access to the right information, you lack
mm,
it, access to the right people, you lack
mm,
it, or access to the right place, you lack it. It's never money,
mm.
it's never resources.
Never
Information,
money.
places.
Yeah.
All right, because every resource you need is in either an information, or is in a person, or is in a place.
Mm. Very true.
Every information, I'm telling you, any resource you need right now is either in a person already, or is in a place already, or is in a particular information. So go ahead and get those things. Then resources will be the least of your problem. See you at the top, not from the top, because you know what he said. The bottom is way, way, way too crowded. Thank you so much, Captain. Thank you.
Thank you
I'll be in
so
touch.
much.
You want to
Thank
add
you.
anything for us? I mean, closing remark from you, please.
No, time. Thank you, everybody. Thank you so much for the opportunity. I had fun.
Oh
I
wow,
did.
oh wow. We so much appreciate the person.
You're
Thank
most
you.
welcome.
Guys, do you know what just happened? I'm not sure you guys know what happened just now. I'm not sure. I'm not sure you guys know what just happened. I'm not sure you guys know what just happened. I'm not. I'm not sure you guys know what just happened. Lagos Money Week Day 1. If day 1 is like this, what do you think day 2 will be like? What do you think day 3 will be like? What do you think day 4 would be like? What do you think day 5 will be like? Day 1, we're already starting with giveaways. Day 1, we're already starting with energy. Energy everywhere. We're already starting with results. People that have results. We're not bringing storytellers to you in day 1. And you think we're going to bring storytellers tomorrow? You think we're going to bring storytellers next tomorrow? We are not here to play. We are on an assignment and we're going to fulfill on it. If you are super excited about what happened so far and you're looking forward to tomorrow, just drop any emoji, drop it. Show me that excitement in the chat box. I want to see that excitement. If you're truly excited, I want to see that excitement. Let's go. Let's go. As the out. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, fire everywhere. Tomorrow I'll be the first person to be here. I told you already. If you're not going to stay to the end, don't join at all. Friday, you're going to come here tomorrow. You're going to start from the beginning and you're going to stay to the end. You're not here to play. Don't play. If you play, you're going to learn the hard way. You're going to learn the hard way. You're going to learn. I don't even forget to say I never chopped today. LMW. This is food. This is food. Breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Mind-blowing stuff, yeah. Mind-blowing stuff, yeah. Mind-blowing stuff. So now you've seen something that happened today. What are you going to do tomorrow? Who are you going to invite tomorrow? It's less about you right now because you have gotten a piece of the cake. Some people you know have not gotten any piece of any cake. Are you going to invite them or are you going to watch them suffer? Are you going to invite them or you're going to watch them ask you for help next time? Why not help them to become helpers? Or do you want them to keep reaching out to you for help? I want you to share the link tomorrow with every single person in your environment and even outside your environment. How do you do it to people outside your environment? By tagging those that would repost. And then those that follow them will see it from their page, come to your page and click on the damn link here. Come and learn. Come and learn. Come and learn. Come and learn. Don't play. Don't play. Don't play. Don't play. I was the first person to join today. You will learn. You're gonna learn. No play. You're gonna learn, bro. No play. I'm telling you. I'm telling all my family and friends. Yeah. Let them come. Good news. She helped me career-wise and business-wise. What more can I ask for? She already told you you've been picked. Send her a DM. Tell her from Lagos Money Week. Imagine Lagos Money Week is an access, giving you access. And I promised you, we're going to give you access to the right people. Did I not tell you? I told you before joining. I said you're going to get access to the right people, to the right place, to the right information. And we're starting out with all of those things. Giving you access to the right information, giving you access to the right people. And gradually, you're going to get access to the right place by properly utilizing the right information and the right people that we have granted you access to. I'm grateful, man. I'm excited. Like, I'm speechless. Nothing short of excitement. This session is really fire up. Yeah, I'm telling you guys the truth. Tomorrow we're gonna have people join us with more energy than we have today. You'll be sorry, the network. The network. You're gonna learn. You're gonna learn. Africa Money Week coming soon. Yeah, movement already started. The movement already started. Back to back. LMW to the world. Yeah. Yeah, baby. LMW to the world. LMW, I can't wait to be my turn. I appreciate you, sir. And more to come. Yeah. Now, London with a go, Jare. Let me tell you guys, in any country of the world, Afro Money we can hold. Why? We have the license already from government. Aside that, it is Afro. We are representing the entire Africa in any country we get to, in any continent we get to. This is super, super, super awesome. This is a platform that help you grow. It's beyond a show. It's beyond a conference. It's a movement. Don't miss out. Now, anybody with any question, let's go ahead and answer before we call it a day. I mean, I've enjoyed every bit of it. I've enjoyed every bit of it. Anybody with any question before we call it a day? Any question? Any question? In absence of any question, go ahead and click on the subscribe button, number 1, and 2, ensure to follow Lagos Money Week on Instagram. Once you do that, right done. I told you that the tech team, they're at the back looking at what's going on. And from that, they'll be able to tell me who we are doing giveaway to. Okay? They're looking, maybe at the end of the whole sessions on Saturday, they'll just call one random name. Forest blogger, come outside. You are being the most active online participants, and so we have this for you. Never can tell. Don't play. If you play, you're gonna learn. You're gonna learn the hard way. I want to drive home now. I'm tired, man. I've been out since morning. So you guys, I'm happy. I'm happy that, that all of this happened today. I'm not even lying to you. I'm happy. I'm happy. I'm happy. I'm happy, and I'm excited about what's going on. So we see tomorrow, same time, same channel, same time, same channel. Any question? I don't know. I feel like someone has a question he's not asking, and I'm willing to spare another 10 minutes to respond to the question. I'm willing to spare another 10 minutes. I'm willing to spare another 10 minutes. I'm willing to spare another 10 minutes. So go ahead and ask a question, please. I'm willing to spare another 10 minutes. 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 But David, the Wednesday and Thursday LMW, what happened? How do we get invited? Don't worry, the team will reach out to those that are supposed to join, all right? The team will reach out. The team will reach out. So I believe that'll be all from me today. Since there is no any other question. Actually, the team will reach out to those that were invited. How can we get invited for Thursday and Friday, sir? So only if you have VIP tickets. If you have VIP tickets for Saturday, automatically you are invited for Thursday and Friday. Automatically, and you will get the address in your DM. If you have VIP tickets, automatically you will get the address. Maybe in your DM or in your email, but you will get the address if you got the VIP ticket. So if you didn't get the VIP tickets, just wait. You will stream online. So those of you that didn't get it can stream online. All right. Everybody that has VIP tickets for Saturday automatically has VIP tickets for Thursday and Friday. Automatically has VIP access. That'll be all from me today. See you guys. Bye.